Okay, we're good to go. All right, I will call the Wednesday, November 15th council meeting to order, and it's for the purpose of doing budget today. And I'll begin with a land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located within Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta Region 4, the ancestral and traditional territory of the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. We acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. It is because of our treaty relationship that we can live, work, and play on Treaty 6 territory. Okay, so today, as I indicated, will be for the purpose of budget, and today will be about hearing the presentations, asking for clarification. If there's something you need more information, you may make a request for more information. If there's something you need flagged that you want to have discussion and debate on, ask for an item to be flagged, and as long as there's consensus, it will get flagged. If there's not consensus, then we go to a motion. So with that, we will begin with the City Manager introducing the 2024 operating budget. Mr. Fleming.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship and members of council. As I typically do, I'll try to just give the sort of the 3 or 4 minute story of the budget to kick us off, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Eamon and he'll get into more instructions and details of the process. As always, I want to start off by thanking all the staff that worked on the budget. It is a tremendous amount of work. Starts usually in February of this year and goes all year. And I did mention this before, but the team of people that worked on this, I think at one point were down in capacity by about 50%. So there was a lot of long hours and long days that went into scrutinizing the document. Having been through it several times myself and having sort of observed the process of the staff that are involved, especially Shannon and the finance team, I have a very high level of confidence in the numbers themselves, and I'm very pleased with it. And hopefully it works well for council too, and it's easy to read and understand. But I do want to thank the finance staff and all the staff involved too, who put in a lot of time. There was a lot of, I would say this year more than any year that I've seen before, there was a lot of scrutiny, a lot of scraping through all of the different lines and program areas, looking at reallocations, scrutinizing fees and charges. There was a lot of work that went into this document. So of the 4 distinct pieces of budget that council considers every year, this process involves looking at the operating budget and the 3-year operating forecast. I would say in setting the conditions for putting this budget together, inflation was a significant factor. That's not a Fort Saskatchewan thing. I hear this from all municipalities. There just are certain things right now that inflation's hitting harder than others, and municipalities are most certainly feeling the impacts of that. The city's population growth continues to factor into some of the plan requests, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. The high interest rates do matter. I'd say the 2 ways that interest rates seem to impact the budget the most is if there is borrowing that we're doing, and there is one item in here for borrowing that does have an impact related to the aquatics design, the facility design, and then the high interest rates can actually be beneficial to some extent on the city's investments and our return on our investments. And then this year, the tax revenue growth that we had was fairly moderate, mostly residential revenue. The non-residential revenue that comes in tends to come and go in bunches. And this just happened to be a year where there wasn't a real significant commercial development or light, medium, or heavy industrial development that came online. So the tax revenue growth that's showing in the budget is modest by our recent standards. So the property tax increase as it is now is sitting at 4.3%. And it is, I did want to note specifically that the DCC debenture payment is no longer included in the budget. So the expense drops off because we're no longer making the debenture payment. And then the revenue drops off as well because we're no longer charging that separate property tax line. So that does actually result in that's actually made the property tax increase lower by almost 2%. So our overall approach with the budget is to continue to try to keep up with the population growth. We have to deal with inflation. Not much you can do about that. Really, I wouldn't say there's a lot in terms of new services or service levels that were being proposed. I described the budget to someone as being kind of vanilla, or I've said that to a few people. It really just focuses a lot on continuing to do what we do well. And there is a real focus on planning for the future, which I'll mention in a moment. So where do you see the impacts of population growth? You can see it in things like the parks, the requests related to parks for both frontline and project management help. Transfer station staffing, some of that has to do with volumes and use of the transfer station. It's been the new transfer station has gone over very well. And a lot of this is just to help us keep up with the volume and the needs of the new facility. And the safety codes officer, a lot of that has to do with permit volumes and also just with us taking in the safety code services in-house. That's gone very well. But this is to help us to keep up and to do a good job with our inspections. Where would you see inflation in the budget? You can see it on with salaries and wages, including union agreements that have been settled, RCMP contract increase, and some of the operational increases in our utility costs. That's really where you'd see a lot of the inflation. New initiatives. Some of the things in the budget that I would consider new, scattering gardens, I did want to mention that because I had mentioned a few months ago that would be included in the budget. The sustainability manager, this relates back to the strategic plan and something we took on at the beginning of the term to try to look more at the city's climate change preparedness and to try to do more to prepare ourselves for the energy transition and just to prepare us for the future in that regard. And the Processed Water Municipally Controlled Corporation, that's been put in the budget as a placeholder. All of the municipalities within the Heartland are doing the same. There's still a decision for council to make as to whether or not we want to be a part of that, but the placeholder is included for now. And then future planning, there's numerous points where we want to take a look to make sure we're ready, how our assets are ready for the future. The cemetery, we've had a really strong emphasis on stormwater management the last few years, and we want to continue doing that. The industrial area structure plan for our light industrial area is due for renewal. Downtown development strategy, we want to continue the positive momentum we've had with that. And it's time for us to take a look at the public works yard, the JEG site. There's a lot of sort of operational issues we're starting to have with the space with the yard not being big enough. And so we want to take a comprehensive look at what are we doing there, what options do we have to help make better use of the space that's there, and what options might we want to consider to expand and provide more space. Just a few random notes for ongoing operations. We did propose a census for this budget. We did recently do one, but we're not sure the province is going to accept that number. They have said they're open to accepting municipal census numbers going forward, but we think that they mean starting in 2024. We don't think that they're going to take the census number we did for the last time around. So we propose doing another one. It is time for us to do a staff survey. I think right now we propose to do it every 2 or 3 years, and it's been a few years since we've done the last one. Just to check in with the staff and see where they're at. And then just to get some extra help in there for the budget process and preparing the document and a lot of the administrivia that goes along with that. And as has been mentioned previously to council, some help with our asset management program. And do remember that although there's no plan requests for them in the budget, the capital budget that council debated recently does have an impact on the ongoing operating budget. Some of the examples, the local road rehab program has a $350,000 ongoing impact to the operating budget. The neighborhood rehab program has an increase of $445,000. So those I'd say these three things and the aquatics detailed design I mentioned before, that's a debenture payment there. These items alone account for at least, well, probably around 2% of the property tax increase that we have coming. So it's important to remember the impacts of those, even though they don't have separate plan requests. And the utility rate is proposed for an increase. I do want to mention, not to confuse things, but we did actually have savings that we realized in our operations for both our water and our solid waste operations. But because the utility reserve has been underfunded for so long, we thought this was a really good opportunity to take those savings and contribute those towards a reserve, to the reserve payments. And so there is an increase proposed for utilities, even though we did have some operational savings that we realized. And the increases in the utility rates are largely because of the wastewater rate going up from our utilities, and then the costs of capital that I mentioned in the previous slide. So just overall, looking at the budget trend, you are seeing a 5% increase in the city spending. What's this coming from? If I had to give you the 10-second spiel, really you look at some significant increases in costs related to the fire department. That was a decision that council made. I think that was May or June of this year. Inflationary increases in the RCMP costs, inflationary increases on wages and utilities, and then you partner that up with modest growth in revenues and very little in terms of new service and service levels. So that's kind of the quick story that makes up the budget. I'll turn it over to Mr. Eamon now, and he can get into some more of the details.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming, and good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer for the City, and joining me is Shannon Andruko, Manager, Budget and Financial Planning. I'm here to provide Council with an overview of the proposed 2024 operating budget. I will highlight proposed changes and some key areas within the budget, as well as help prepare you for what to expect over the course of the budget meetings. I'd like to take this opportunity as well to thank administration and staff for their efforts in preparing the budget document for these meetings. To begin with, I'd like to remind everyone of some important dates. Similar to last month's capital budget meetings, the budget timetable has been structured so that Council can hear the proposed operating budget in its entirety before starting budget deliberations. Presentations of the proposed 2024 operating budget will take place on November 15th and 20th, with Council deliberations scheduled for November 23rd and 30th as needed. All meetings will be held in Council chambers from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. Operating budget presentations include time given to directors to present their departmental operating budgets and for Council to ask clarifying questions and to receive further information as needed. As well, on the morning of November 20th, Day 2, Council will hear community presentations, starting with a presentation from the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association, held in camera, followed by public presentations from the Fort Saskatchewan Public Library and the Heartland Housing Foundation. Budget deliberations typically close on Day 3 or 4, with Council and administration addressing items that were flagged during the budget presentations, along with any final questions. Council is scheduled to formally approve the 2024 operating and capital budgets at the December 12th regular Council meeting, and Council's approval of the 2024 property tax bylaw, which sets the property tax rates for next year, is scheduled for either April 23rd or May 14th. The exact date will depend on when Strathcona County passes its property tax bylaw, because the area annexed from the county is subject to the lower of the city and the county tax rates. Regarding budget approvals, according to the Municipal Government Act, Council must approve an operating and a capital budget each year, as well as prepare and adopt written 3-year operating financial plan forecasts and 5-year capital plans as a minimum. Therefore, on December 12th, Council is scheduled to approve the 2024 operating and capital budgets, along with the user fees, rates, and charges bylaw, which establishes the 2024 user fees and charges schedule. In addition, Council will adopt the City's 3-year operating financial plan forecast and will accept it as information. The 10-year capital plan, which Council reviewed in October, is scheduled for another review by Council in June of 2024 prior to its adoption. Just to remind everyone of the flagged items process, which administration recommends that Council follow. The process allows Council to receive the entire budget presentation and further information, if needed, prior to commencing budget deliberations. It also allows other members of Council to be aware of the flagged items and or potential motions that may come forward during the deliberations, and administration the time to prepare for their information as needed. At the conclusion of each budget presentation, Council may ask administration clarifying questions, and these do not require Council consensus or a vote. These could include questions that can be readily answered by administration, or if the information is readily available, can be brought back to Council in a short period of time. If the information is not readily available, or if a considerable amount of work is required, the City Manager will advise Council of potential options and a timeline for when the information will be made available. Should a Council member wish to flag an item for later discussion, the Mayor will determine if there is unanimous consent. If unanimous consent is given, then the item will be considered flagged. If the item does not have consensus, or if a vote is requested by a Council member, a vote will be held, and if the item receives a majority of votes, then the item will be considered flagged. Council members wishing to put forward a motion during the presentation that is not specific to a presented or flagged item should give notice of motion, which would then be addressed later during the budget deliberations. Flagged items will come back to Council after the operating budget presentations have concluded, which will most likely be on either November 23rd or 30th. And finally, administration will keep a record of all flagged items and will reconfirm them with Council as needed. According to the City's budget policy, priority-based budgeting tools, data, and analysis are to be utilized in the development and reporting of its annual budgets. PBB is a leading best practice for local governments and provides the tools and framework necessary for prioritizing options for both operating programs and capital projects to help inform resource allocation decisions. Programs were scored relative to the City's established community and governance results and basic program attributes. Each program was assigned a final score based on a quartile system, where Q1 and Q2 programs align most closely with the City's priorities and desired results, and Q3 and Q4 programs aligned the least. The proposed 2024 operating budget is presented in a program-based format and was developed by departments reviewing and analyzing their respective programs to identify areas where resources could be saved and or efficiencies gained. More information on PBB can be found within the budget document, including the Budget in Brief Section 3, the Appendix Section 22, and accessible via links within the Table of Contents. In 2023, as part of 2024 budget development, City departments undertook a comprehensive review of their programs and related costing. For details on the results of this review, links have been provided within the Table of Contents and on every Programs We Manage page. The evaluation of the City's 200 individual programs was undertaken in addition to the annual reviews done by departments, which may have resulted in minor changes to program costing, scoring, or reallocations. All programs and costing allocations were reviewed by departments to ensure they accurately reflect current operations and align with personnel and non-personnel resources. As a result of this review, certain programs were revised. Program revisions could include the reallocations of revenues and or expenses from one program to another, the elimination of certain programs, or the consolidation of certain programs with others. The program revisions could also cross departments and impact others based on the departmental location of each program. To help track and explain these program revisions, a summary report was added as an addendum to the budget document. The summary report reconciles the changes made to each program, starting with the 2023 approved operating budget through to the 2024 proposed operating budget by department. The summary report tracks program changes in terms of budget dollars and FTEs and is broken down into 4 separate charts. Initially, programs are presented as they were in the 2023 approved operating budget. That was the one approved by Council in December of 2022. The next chart then shows each program as of the 2023 final approved budget, and that was the budget approved by Council in spring of 2023. These changes included budget reductions related to transit and the Veterans Way projects, as well as funding allocations to the Fire Services Master Plan expenditures. Next, the programs are presented after completion of the comprehensive program review and reflect the changes resulting from the review. And the last stage is the 2024 proposed budget, which includes further adjustments related to inflation, growth, and current budget requests. With the inclusion of the summary report, the approved 2023 budget figures and variance columns were excluded from the programs we manage section for each department. So next I'll walk you through just regarding the departmental operating budget presentations themselves. Each presentation will follow a consistent format with an emphasis on programs and program delivery. After a brief introduction, directors will speak to the respective programs we manage, referencing their section within the budget document. Highlights of significant proposed adjustments for 2024 will be presented, along with any significant changes resulting from the comprehensive program review. Proposed adjustments may include changes to their base operating budget revenues and/or expenses, resulting from budget reallocations, efficiencies, savings, and/or cost increases identified. Directors may also present proposed service level changes, key initiatives within their department business plan, and/or updates to their focus programs. For departments with 2024 operating budget requests, directors will present them for Council's review and consideration, followed by their proposed 2024 user fees and charges as applicable. In addition to new, revised, or canceled user fees and charges, directors will present the review processes and key factors they followed for updating their 2024 user fees and charges in accordance with the revised user fees and charges policy and departmental procedures. At the conclusion of each department's presentation, directors will respond to questions of Council. And just one final note, after all department presentations have concluded, Council will hear separate presentations from administration for community grants and programs and financial reserves. Next, I'll provide a high-level summary of the proposed changes to the 2024 operating budget over last year. The chart includes both city operations and utilities, and all figures are expressed in millions of dollars. The proposed 2024 operating budget consists of total budgeted revenues and expenses of $94.4 million, inclusive of the new tax revenue requirement. This represents a net increase of approximately $4.8 million over the 2024 base budget, which equals the approved 2023 budget after removal of one-time items. Proposed changes from the base budget are reflected in 24 operating budget requests that will be presented to Council over the course of the budget meetings, along with adjustments that are described within the notes section of the budget document. The operating budget requests are summarized by department on page 3-29. Highlights of proposed changes to the city's revenue include a new tax revenue requirement of approximately $2.3 million, tax assessment growth of $0.8 million. This is the additional property tax revenue due to the estimated growth in residential and non-residential property assessments, a reduction in property tax revenue of approximately $1.2 million due to retirement of the DCC debenture, additional revenue from utility user rates of $1.65 million to offset increased utility operating costs and transfers to reserves, an increase to fines and penalties revenue of $150,000, a net increase to user fees and charges revenue of $210,000, and an increase to other revenue, including investment income, of approximately $0.8 million. Highlights of proposed changes to expenditures and other items include a decrease in debenture costs of approximately $1.2 million, again due to the DCC debenture retirement, an increase to committed capital items of $0.7 million. This includes the operating impacts of current and previously approved capital projects. Inflation adjustments of approximately $2.8 million to reflect anticipated cost increases related to compensation, water purchases, wastewater processing, electricity, materials, supplies, and memberships. An increase in growth-related expenditures of $0.9 million, largely due to the RCMP contract. An increase of $1.3 million in one-time items. These include the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association process water requests, along with several studies such as the South Fort Stormwater Review, Public Works Yards Assessment, and Industrial Area Structure Plan. And lastly, an increase of approximately $0.4 million to other expenses and other items. Next, I'll highlight some key areas regarding city personnel. Details are provided in the Personnel at a Glance section on page 3-9, along with the 2024 Personnel Summary on page 22-3. There are currently 462 total staff, including 249 full-time, 29 permanent part-time, 25 temporary, and 159 casual. Of these, there are currently 9 staff members on leave. In total, there are 330 union staff and 132 non-union, for a split of about 70% union to 30% non-union. And this represents a 10% increase in union representation over last year due to increased memberships within fire services. Based on the T2 Financial and Management Report for the 8 months ended August 31, the city is projecting a year-end staffing deficit of approximately $361,000, and this is before the salary mitigation adjustment. In 2023, both CUPE and IAFF unions ratified new collective agreements with negotiated pay increases. With respect to CUPE, the 2023 cost of living increase represents the reallocation of a placeholder amount that was included in the 2023 approved budget, and the 2024 COLA adjustment represents the negotiated wage increase pursuant to the CUPE agreement. With respect to the IAFF, the 2023 cost of living increase includes back pay for years 2020 to 2023 and is the reallocation of a placeholder amount that was included in the 2023 approved budget. The 2024 COLA adjustment is the negotiated wage increase as per the IAFF agreement. These adjustments are noted within the Programs We Manage section for all impacted departments. The proposed 2024 operating budget includes a budget request for a compensation adjustment impacting both non-union personnel and council. The adjustment is included in the fiscal services operating budget and will be presented initially in camera on day 2 of the budget meetings and as part of the budget presentation for People Services. For 2024, administration is proposing no change to the corporate salary mitigation adjustment. The adjustment, which reduces the overall budget for salary, wages, and benefits for the city, was first approved by council in the 2018 budget to account for citywide staffing vacancies and was put in place to help mitigate the risk of significant staffing surpluses from occurring. Each year, administration reviews this amount by comparing 5-year variances of actuals to budget for salaries and benefits to determine if any adjustments are needed. The adjustment is reflected as a credit in the operating budgets of Fiscal Services and the Utilities and Sustainability Department. Information on community grants and programs can be found in section 19 of the budget document, with details of the proposed changes for 2024 listed on page 19-3. As I mentioned earlier, administration will be presenting community grants and programs as a separate item during the budget presentations. As well, council will hear presentations from the Fort Saskatchewan Public Library and the Heartland Housing Foundation on November 20th. Pursuant to the Grants to Nonprofit Organizations policy, the city provides financial and in-kind support to various community nonprofit groups, organizations, boards, and committees whose activities benefit our citizens. The proposed 2024 operating budget includes recommended community grants and programs totaling $1.98 million, reflecting an increase of $20,880 or 1.1% over last year's approved budget. The Fort Saskatchewan Public Library is requesting a 2024 appropriation of $1,349,925. This reflects an increase of $32,900 or 2.5% over 2023's approved request. Council will have the opportunity to ask questions during the library's presentation. The city's contributions to regional partners for 2024 remains at $5,000, represented by the municipal partnership agreement with the town of Bruderheim. In addition to financial support of various community organizations, the city also provides approximately $1.2 million total in-kind support, such as the use of city facilities, staff time, repairs, maintenance, and or other services provided by the city at no cost. Further details on the city's in-kind support is shown on page 19-5. And one final item before closing. The appendix to the budget document, section 22, has some additional information that readers may find useful. This section includes the 2024 personnel summary, traditional line item budgets for the entire city and for each department, 3-year operating financial plan forecast for years 2025 through 2027, which is to be provided at a later date, 3-year operating actuals for years 2020 through 2022, and department focus programs for 2024 with updates for 2023. Also, please be aware that within the table of contents, links are provided to further information on city policies, priority-based budgeting, major capital projects, service levels, and department business plans. And that concludes my overview of the proposed 2024 operating budget. At this point, I will ask if council has any questions.
Okay, thank you. And I would assume we would keep our questions for when the directors actually come up, unless there's something else that's specific. I do have one question that I just need clarity on. So Mr. Fleming said it's a 4.3%, but then when you take the Dow off, then it's around 2%? No?
It's 4.2 after that's been taken off.
Okay, so it's actually 6 point something.
It would have been without that. If that had stayed in the budget, that's what it would have been.
Okay, yeah, that's the clarity I'm looking for.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, gentlemen. I have a question relating to a department, but from Mr. Fleming's comments. So it's to Mr. Fleming. In your comments, Troy, you indicated that part of the reason for the increase was the staffing for the fire department. It was my understanding when that increased staffing was brought in last spring that we were using the surplus from 2022, and then that surplus would be essentially committed to the fire department going forward, so that it was funded at that time through that tax rate.
Yes, through your worship, you're correct. That is what happened, and that's how essentially it's working. What I was referring to is just if you step back and look at the 2023 city budget and the 2024 city budget, the spend is going up by 5%, inclusive of utilities. So it's $92 million and change. So yes, we had a revenue offset to pay for that. I was just really looking at the expense side of the city's budget only, saying from where we were in 2023 to where we are now, the 5% increase in our spending includes the new firefighters.
Okay, thank you. That helps my understanding. Just to summarize, though, you were focused just on the expense side.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
In that slide, I was just focusing on trying to give the 10-second story why the city's budget has gone up why the expense side's gone up by 5%.
One more. Again, probably to yourself, Troy, in one of your slides, you had in brackets some portion property tax funded, which implies that the other portion is not property tax funded. It's not that particular line I'm concerned with, but how is it you or administration determine what is property tax funded and what is not? Because I find that that very arbitrary and useless, to be honest with you.
So through your worship, I would probably defer the question to Mr. Schaefer when it's his turn. So that was related to neighborhood rehab. A portion of neighborhood rehab is funded through property taxes and a portion is funded through the utility rate. And so I believe what he does is he does an assessment to try to determine generally how much of a neighborhood rehab project is related to the underground lines and how much of that is related to the surface work. And the surface work, I believe, is what he contributes to property taxes, and everything underground would go to the utility rate.
And again, thank you. I'll bring it up with Mr. Schaefer, but I was thinking in my comment that you were referring to some sort of funding outside of the city, such as MSI or something like that. So I'll wait till that actually happens. If I may, Mayor Catcher?
I've got Councillor Abatoye, and then
Okay.
I'll come back to you.
You bet. Thank you.
Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation. I had that same question about the firefighters department, so thank you for answering that. But my question is about the tax assessment growth. So last year we estimated 1.5 million, but when the assessment was eventually done, we were able to find an additional 1.2 million. Was it 1.2 or 1.5?
Right.
thereabouts. So this year we are estimating 800, so half of that. So I'm just wondering why we are being so conservative if, eventually tax assessment comes and, we can, get another $1 million
Right.
from somewhere.
So through your worship to Councillor Epitoya, yes, really good question. We contact our assessors early on in the budget process to get their numbers for estimated assessment growth, and as the budget progresses, they continue to fine tune those. So that 800,000 in estimated additional growth is the assessor's best estimate at this point in time. And as I've mentioned previously in budget communications, and that this is an estimate that gets put into the budget, and then in springtime, by the time the assessments are all finalized, then we can determine if there is actually any additional assessment growth, and we'll capture it then.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Hello, thanks for the presentation. The whole binder, I think, was organized very well this year. I have a question on page 3-22 under fiscal services, property tax and requisition. So I understand the program revenue, that's our property taxes. What's the 15 million expense under that one? And it's not personnel, so non-personnel.
The 15 million relates to the requisitions that we submit on behalf of the schools, designated industrial properties, and the housing.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, you're good. Councillor Kelly, did you have one more? Go ahead.
Thank you. And this is probably for Mr. Eamon. I struggle every year trying to track or follow or understand how we handle one-time expenses, because I'm not certain that they consistently make, if at all, make the budget allocation, and particularly if they're marked as funded from reserve. And then you do your work to prepare the budget, and you adjust all of this stuff out and bring us a budget that is net of one-time expenses. So the numbers get, again, difficult to follow year over year from my perspective. Would it be possible, and I'm spitballing here, okay? Would it be possible to have a line item in the budget, the operating budget, that is called one-time expenses, so that all one-time expenses enter the budget as an expense, and that line item could then be reconciled at the end of every year, and items that are still outstanding simply carried forward, so that it would be easy to track, Jeremy? Would it be possible to do something like that?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I think in past budgets, memory serves me, we used to include a column within the budget that would show the approved budget as it was the prior year, and then we had that column and we'd show what those one-time items were separately within that column to get us to the base budget. I think, is that kind of what you're asking? Because in this case, you don't know what the one-time items were that we've removed from last year's budget.
And there's where I struggle. It would be nice to be able to take last year's approved budget and see it this year as our starting point. Mm-hmm. And when you have to make your changes, I'm not able to do that. The column, I recall that, I think. It didn't help a whole bunch because that column was never reconciled as a total. So I'm thinking that if it was a line item, then it would have treated sort of, I guess, like we treat capital expenditures. We budget for a capital expenditure, there's a carry forward, we track that unfinished business forward until it's finished. Give it some thought. I'm not asking for a decision today, but perhaps going forward.
We'll take it back as feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much for the presentation. So we will get right into the department ones. And our first one is Public Works, Richard Gagnon.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Michel Gagnon, Public Works Director. I'm here to present the 2024 Public Works budget. Please refer to Section 4 of your budget binder. Public Works oversees the operation and maintenance of our roads system, city parks, and transit services. Under our roads, parks, and transit business units, we oversee a total of about 12 programs. Example of programs include cemetery operations, playgrounds and outdoor venue maintenance, snow clearing and ice control, local and commuter transit services, just to name a few. We have a total of about 56 FTE allocated through our PBB program, a mix of permanent full-time and temporary part-time staff to service our ongoing and seasonal operations. You can find financial details of the programs we manage starting on page 4.3 of your budget document. Overall, our proposed 2024 budget expenses for road, parks, and transit services is just under $9.7 million in 2024. And the 2024 proposed revenue for these business units is just over $750,000. This results in a net of in 2024 budget of $8.9 million. Significant adjustment notes are described for all 12 programs, and highlights includes request for a parks coordinator at $82,172 and 2 additional seasonal summer staff at parks at $31,150, which will be discussed in greater details later in this presentation. The breakdown of the cost impact of each parks program is reflected in note 1 to 6 for these 2 items. Increase resulting from the 2023 and 2024 QP cost of living, about $161,473. The breakdown is available for all programs in note 1 to 11 of your budget. Inflation to contracted services for materials and supplies. This includes increase in line painting contract, $20,000 in note 7, as well as traffic light inspection and maintenance contract, $46,000 in note number 9. An increased cost of parks maintenance to weed control and reestablishing grass in certain parks, $25,000 in note number 2. An increased cost for access to snow facility located in Strathcona County of $30,000. This is a new contract that we have now with Strathcona County for disposal of our snow. And you'll see this in note number 8. Commitment to the hiring of the 2 road operators in 2023. So this was done, and then it's just the second year of this project. You'll see this in notes 7, 8, and 9. And an increase in electrical costs for traffic lights, $91,544 due to inflation, in note number 9 as well. Overall, in parks operation, we are proposing a new service at the cemetery called Scattering Gardens. This new service will be discussed in the next slide as an item. We're increasing our attention and resources to certain parks rehabilitation to reduce weeds and improving grass in certain area. In roads operation, we will continue the implementation of our road growth plan to ensure current service levels are met. Our new Operator 2 position that we planned in the past in 2024 is now scheduled for 2025, as I mentioned during the capital budget, to be in line with the anticipated delivery of the new grader in 2025. We will continue to gather storm pond data as well and develop some preventative maintenance plan for storms. And looking in transit services, transit will see some change in 2023 and 2024 with the implementation of the regional smart fare program under the ARC card. So this is a new way to collect revenue and fees. This process started in May 2018, for those who remember, with council approval for joining the regional smart fare program. And we're now near completion for the implementation in Fort Saskatchewan. as our new buses are scheduled to arrive next month. So there's some timing there. We're also evaluating a potential change to our commuter route. Public Works bring forward 4 budget requests for consideration, mainly for park services. Budget request 370010, Cemetery Flood Risk Study, on page 47 of your budget binder. Our current cemetery footprint and capacity can serve the community for the next 7 to 10 years. And now it's time to plan for expansion. To continue our cemetery services to the public in the future, we need to start planning in that part. And in 2024, we propose completing a flood risk study at the cemetery to inform the new expansion because we're close to Ross Creek. The impact is $45,000 one time. Budget request 0006, Scattering Garden. Parks Services propose developing a small scattering garden at the cemetery. The scattering garden will provide a new, affordable, and inclusive service at the cemetery. To access the scattering garden, users will get a permit provided to them, providing them the right to scatter ashes in the garden at a cost of $150 per individual. A monument will be available to host a small plaque at a cost of $300 per individual. If you ask those prices, we basically look in a region, and St. Albert is basically the model we looked at on those fees and charges. The cost of producing the plaque will be under the responsibility of the users. Annual revenue is budgeted at about $3,600 in 2024, assuming about 8 permits and 8 plaques will be issued. The cost of the project is $14,200 and includes mainly plants, materials, and a monument for the plaque. So it's a very, I will say, it's a start to a scattering garden. Parks staff will be responsible to build and maintain the garden. Budget request 72027, Parks Coordinator, on page 415 of your budget binder. The city 10-year capital plan and the 3-year operational plans includes multiple projects where operational insights from parks will be critical. And as we grow as a community, our operation requires a greater degree of planning and monitoring. In 2024, a Parks Coordinator position is brought forward for council consideration. The position will report to the Parks Manager and be responsible for coordinating and supporting current and upcoming parks program and related plans, projects, and strategic initiative. And there's a list of those in the budget requests on page 415. Attention will be given to cemetery expansion project, support to Fort Sander Park, and special projects such as bike scale park, city limit entrance signs, tree replacement program, playground replacement, support to planning and development for the development of the open space master plan, monitoring of weed control and naturalization, support to Highway 15 corridor plan, parks bylaw review, just to name a few. The ongoing cost impact is $82,172 in 2024 and $27,665 in 2025, which includes salary, benefit, and allowance for computer, phone, and training as well. And finally, budget request 720230, Parks temporary seasonal staff increase on page 421 of your budget binder. In 2024, we recommend adding 2 seasonal staff. You may recall them as summer students that will provide weekend services in the summer with the goal to be proactive instead of reactive at a time where our parks amenities are in high use in the weekend. Historically, weekend services requests have been addressed on a call-out or at time as per event basis. Issues generally reported in the weekend includes garbage overflow, requests regarding maintenance at the skateboard park or our playgrounds, and major parks such as Turner Park, Legacy Park, RCMP Park, and Price Alderson Park. They're very popular. We anticipate the newly opened Leslie McMillan Park will also be popular and well used during the weekends all year round. The staffing increase will help the department to meet service level for litter and garbage collection, improving the cleanliness of our park spaces. The cost is ongoing at $30,150 and includes 2 temporary seasonal staff for 18 weeks each. Please refer to page 425 of your budget binder as we will highlight fees and charges at Public Works. In terms of process that we follow this year, Public Works integrated the new Fees and Charges Policy, FIN 009C, approved by Council in April 2023. New administrative procedures were written for our cemetery operation, roads and parks, and transit services. A review of the fees and charges at the cemetery was discussed, if you remember well, with Council in September 2023, which included proposed cemetery fees for 2024. For roads and park services, job costing, including direct and indirect costs, were captured in the calculation of fees and charges for full cost recovery for services. Inflation was considered for wages, equipment, and specific items as well. In 2024, transit fares will be collected through a regional smart fare system called the ARC card. The city's transit fare structure is greatly influenced by this system, and is regional in nature. So in terms of changes to fees and charges, it includes the following highlights. Cemetery fees increase of an average of 5% in 2024, as discussed in September. Cemetery fees and charges will be adjusted over the next 5 years as well to reach a full cost recovery, including direct and the indirect costs of operation. Roads and parks fees and charges were adjusted to the new policy, and some fees are increasing significantly, especially the delivery of materials. And this is after our analysis of our costs to provide the service and the adjustment to this, and as well the impact of the indirect cost. The 2024 fees and charges for transit considered alignment with the smart fare system, as I said, as well as monthly cap and passenger capacity to pay. Inflation was not factored in 2024 as the new smart fare system is being implemented, and some of the fees were increased because of the implementation of the smart fare to be in line with the region as well. Inflation will be considered in subsequent years. Thank you. I'm available to answer your question.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll get into clarifying questions, and if we can remember again, let's try and limit it to 2, and then we'll do second round, third rounds if possible, as much as required. Councillor Harris, you're first.
Mr. Gagnon, looking at the flood risk study, the city already has a fair amount of information relative to the stormwater that flows through Ross Creek, does it not?
Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, I think that the information may be dated to early 2000s. So I don't. In this case, we felt that the flood study will be, good information to look at this specific item at the cemetery itself.
Okay. Under normal circumstances, the province is not supportive of urban development in floodplains, and have indicated that insurance is not provided for that sort of thing, or development shouldn't take place in that type of an area. Obviously, there's a floodplain that traverses through that area, and part of the area that we're looking at expansion on. Will this risk assessment basically look at whether or not we should even develop there, given the fact that it is a floodplain?
Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, what we want to understand is what's the risk of flood, in this area? And is there a way also potentially to mitigate that if that's the case? But and also, what's the water level that we will see underground?
Yeah.
So it gives us an idea about what happened in this area before we start developing more. When we look at the cemetery site, the proposed areas we can expand, some are close to the creek, some are a little bit further up, so we have those questions we want to answer before we start development there.
So relative to that question, if it turns out that too much of the area is ultimately subject to floodplain risk, do we have other alternatives that would give us long-term development capacity to meet the needs for the community in the long term elsewhere, not necessarily in this area?
Your worship, to Councillor Harris, I mean, the first thing that we would like to do first is to see what kind of product can go also in if there's any floodplain. For example, I mean, can we have products that can be allowed in a floodplain in a sense? So instead of interment, we may look at counterbarium, for example. If it's too risky, then we're going to have to look at other places and go into maybe other land in other places in the city.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just going to start with programs we manage. I just want to say great job to you guys for really breaking down all the costs. But something that really confused me is events and festivals. I'd expect that we get a lot more program revenue from something like that compared to roads and bridge maintenance. And I see that on the events and festivals, you're reporting $43 as your program revenue. And for roads and maintenance, this is just two comparison examples. Road and bridge maintenance, we're reporting $136,000 for revenue from this program. So why aren't we getting more revenue from things like events and festivals?
Your worship, to Councillor Abitoye, in terms of fees we charge for events and festivals, at Public Works, we charge very limited fees to that because most of the nonprofit groups that do those events don't charge. We don't charge to them.
Okay.
So most of the revenue you will see on events and festival could be at culture and recreation.
Right. Okay.
And on our side, what you see mainly on our side is the costs that parks and roads and management, this is an allocation of their costs into this program, and the revenue is very minimal in terms of if it's a private business and they need tables and chairs and things like that, then we'll charge them for that.
Right. So something like roads, something like roads and bridge maintenance, where are you getting revenue from that?
If you can, roads and bridge maintenance, number 7.
Yes.
Yeah. The 136,000.
Yes.
Most of it comes from a grant from the province to maintain the highway.
From other province?
Yeah, there's a grant from the province.
Oh, it's a grant. Okay,
a grant from the province to maintain.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sense of it. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
That's the main.
Okay, great. My second question is, so in your report, you talk about an estimated absorption rate for the cemetery plots. What's the current absorption rate as at 2022 for the plots, the 4x4 and the 4x9?
I believe your worship, to Councillor Abitoye, if you look at it
says estimated absorption timeline, conservative and optimistic. I'm saying what's the current one?
What you see there reflects our sales, actual
is
sales.
The current one.
Yeah,
okay, because it says estimated, so I'm wondering, so that's the current numbers.
And I believe in the document we give a low case scenario and a high case scenario.
Right.
But this is the rates that we see normally. Yeah.
So these numbers here are our current absorption rates, thereabouts.
Yeah.
Okay, because it said estimated, so that confused me a little bit. Okay,
absolutely.
Please come back to me.
Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
Good morning. Thanks for your report. I'm just trying to visualize the scattering garden. You've got some pictures there. The plaques that would be part of it. So are they smaller? Like, what is the plaque and where would they go? And what happens in 10 years when we have 80 of them, as it grows?
Your worship, to Councillor Blizzard, just picture a monument of about, let's say, 3 feet by 4 feet. And on that monument, you have a place for plaques. Like when
You're
you develop,
talking just small.
and a small plaque of about 3 inches by 3 inches. And basically, you have maybe 200 to 300 spots for that.
Okay.
So imagine something in that, kind of like a trophy.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, the next one is, I'm looking through your fees and charges.
Yeah.
The traffic light turning program, there's no increase in that. Do we not have an increase? Because I know it takes manpower. Sometimes they do it early, so it's probably done on overtime. Or are we already making enough money on there that we don't need to increase it?
Your worship, to Councillor Blizzard, that is right. When I did the analysis of how much it costs us to provide the service, we made enough money to cover it. So I didn't feel it was necessary to increase that fee. So, and if you would like the details of that analysis,
No, that's okay.
but we made enough when we look at the light turning per lights.
I know all other costs go up with personnel and things, so I just wanted to check on that.
That's the only one I believe we didn't increase, because of when we did the analysis, we said, okay, we're making enough.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. Good morning, Richard. I have a couple questions. Just reading through your report, I was just curious about why we would sell the next phase of plots 2 or 3 years before the original one is expected to be full.
Your worship, to Councillor Macon, I'm not following your question. I'm
so
sorry.
In the report, I apologize. In the report, it says that we would start developing and we would likely see the sale of plots in the next one by 2029. But the report also indicates that the first area wouldn't anticipate it to be full until 2032.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering why we would start selling in the new section before the old one is at capacity.
Your worship, to Councillor Macon, I think that the intent of this is to look at not an aspect of it's developing before the need happens. So it will be difficult to be able to still maintain services if we wait until the inventory is completely depleted. So
developing, yes, but the sale of plots is actually what I was wondering.
It could happen as well that some people plans in advance and they may buy a plot 3 or 5 years before they use it.
Okay, that makes sense.
And we see that. Some of them, I just work on a recent case, the person bought their plot in 1984 and they still have not used it.
Okay.
You're good?
For $50.
Oh, wow. Well, that's a good investment.
There we go.
And just some of in the notes that you made, you talked about the surplus infant plots. And I'm just wondering if there's a decision coming to reallocate those surplus lots to regular plot stock, or is that an administrative decision?
Your worship, in terms of allocating the plots, these are administrative based on the demand.
Okay. Yeah. So that's not something that we have to decide on. I guess that's it for now.
Okay. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for the presentation. Just a question on personnel staffing costs for the park position. It's $109,000 ongoing, and actually this might be a question for finance. And there's $82,000 2024, $27,000 in 2025. What are those costs in addition to the ongoing cost for staffing?
Your worship, to Councillor Nguyen, if you refer to the parks coordinator position, in terms of costs, I believe we're talking about $87,000 plus another $27,000 in 2025.
Right.
And the cost includes wage, the salaries, the benefits, as well as workstation like a computer, phone, and some training, and PPEs if needed.
Okay, so there's two years of training and equipment that's needed for the position, basically. Okay, thank you.
And the 2024, you see 75% of those costs. In 2025, it's about 25% of the cost.
And so those aren't included in the ongoing costs, and they're additional to the.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. And I just had a question about our transit buses. Are they on schedule to be delivered in February? Does that look promising?
Your worship, to Councillor Noyan, I think that on schedule would have been last year. And basically, we have a chance to inspect them last month at the factory, and they should be on their way to Saskatoon in the next few weeks in order to be ready for us at the end of the year. So this is the schedule we have at this time.
Okay.
But are they on schedule? No, they're not. They're late by 1 year.
Yeah, I just read, I think February was expected, but that's a little bit earlier than.
Yeah, and if we, for us to install Smart Fare and because we have to bring it to Edmonton to get all the equipment on it to start Smart Fare, we believe that January, February, but we hope that we can get this up and running by the end of the year. So as soon as possible, we're pushing on that right now. So.
Okay, thank you. So the questions that I have, so I'm going to come back to the cemetery flood risk. So if you look at our studies, do we not have one for the Ross Creek when it deals with the cemetery that we've done already? And I only ask this question because the contour of the land has not changed. And I remember in my infinite wisdom of being here that there was a study being done that actually talked about, do we go across behind South Porch Ave? Like, what do we do? So why are we not going back to look at that study rather than doing a new one?
Your worship, my only, the answers I can find, there could be data that can be interesting for us on this part, coming from a few years away with the change in weather and the change of, there's potentially a need to do this work and update the data. Originally, when we start talking about this study, we were looking at the entire area in Fort Saskatchewan where the creek comes in. And to do a proper study of the entire creek, basically we were looking at almost a $500,000 study with also collaboration with Strathcona County because the creek is also on their land. So we reduce our approach and look at the cemetery because we have a need to look at the development of the cemetery and have some updated data.
Okay, but the short answer is there was a study that was done, correct?
That's my understanding, that there's study on, I will need to confirm a little bit more about dates and conclusion of that.
To your worship, if I could add to Mr. Gagnon's comments, part of this work is to complete a desktop analysis where we will go through our files, find all relevant information we have, consolidate it into one document, and then validate what information is still accurate or requires an update. So we do intend to go through our files and review any studies that we already have.
Okay, so my next question, Parks Coordinator. So you said you have a Parks Manager, so you have a General Manager, you have a Manager, you've got Directors, now you want a Coordinator. So how many levels do we require of reporting for, upper management for parks?
Your worship, I think the level of management is should be looked at in the need of the department or the business units and what they need in order to achieve the goals and objectives and strategies of the city. And in this case, we're bringing forward the parks operation, the parks manager, the parks coordinator position in order to help out with the project and strategies and the programs demand that we have, which is at this time we believe that the manager of parks cannot gather and get involved in those, because there's two aspects of the parks manager position we have to look at. One is the operation and maintenance of parks. The other one is the aspect of strategies, planning, looking ahead, documents, things like that, and the project that comes on a regular basis, and some of the programs that comes as well. So this will help us greatly to achieve some of our strategies as it's listed over there, and that this is our purpose of that. Not having it will be difficult for us to basically get on those strategies and achieve them. A good example, I will say, is the urban forest protection and plan that we are working on right now, and we have a staff that we hired temporarily to help us out with that. Without that, it's very difficult to coordinate those type of projects. The difference between parks, I will say, and let's say roads. Roads is strictly operational, and any aspect of strategic planning goes to engineering. And engineering will look at that aspect of strategic plans for roads. Parks, we don't have that. Basically, it relates, everything comes to the parks manager, and either we excel in our strategies and planning, or we excel in operation. It's difficult to do both. And operation right now is a priority for us.
Okay, so with that, I would like to flag not just this position, but I'd like, so that we're not flagging every position individually, I'd like to flag them all so that at the end we can have a good discussion and debate about all of the positions as we see them all together. Does council have any objection to flagging the positions?
As long, Mayor Catcher, as we truly spend time on each individual one rather than a total.
Yes. Well, we'll hear about them, but I want to. What's happened in the past is we used to get the first one and beat that one up, and then by the time we got to the last one, it was like, yeah. So it's better to have the debate about them all in the entirety after we've heard each one of them. So no objections. So we're going to flag the all of the new staffing requests so that they will come back and we can have a debate on them. Okay, Councillor Kelly, you're next.
Thank you. Just making notes here. Hang on. Thank you. I'd like to talk about the cemetery stuff, and I do recall, Richard, the presentation you made to council. I think during that, and this isn't my question, I'm looking for information, Mayor Catcher. During that presentation, you indicated that the cemetery had a reserve fund of some hundreds of thousands of dollars currently, and that we're contributing to that reserve fund on an annual basis going forward. Is my memory correct, Richard, before I make my next comments?
Your worship, Councillor Kelly, that's right. The city basically takes the revenue from the plot, cemetery sales, and monument sales, and basically not the monument sale, the base of the monument, and put this into a reserve called the perpetual care reserve.
Thank you. I guess the comment, an observation I'd like to share, and for your comment or opinion if you choose to, is that the cemetery operations operate at a deficit. So, I mean, realistically speaking, it's not the cemetery operation that's creating that reserve. It's taxpayer funded that's creating that reserve. And I wonder if we couldn't speed the process of the price adjustments up. And so, Mayor Catcher, I'm going to ask that the cemetery operations be flagged for further discussion down the road. They're not self-funding now, and you indicated, and it was in part humorous, but it was also drove home a point about buying the lot 25 years ago for $50, and now it sits there, and the value is obviously far higher than $50. So I fail to see why we're proceeding on a scaled price increase to get to our break-even point when we should be at our break-even point. And cemetery plots aren't something we buy incrementally over the years. Cemetery plots are something we buy once. So I'd just like it to go forward to further discussion, and I can continue then, Mayor Catcher.
Does anybody have any objection to cemetery operations coming back? Now, I'm wondering, is this part of budget, or is this just a discussion like at a committee of the whole?
The fees and charges portion of it is what I'll be talking to, and that is certainly part of budget.
Okay, so we'll flag the fees and charges for that. Mr.
To your worship, that's just what I wanted to clarify, that this is a flag specific to cemetery fees and charges.
That's what he's indicated.
Perfect.
Okay. So I'll go on to round 2. Councillor Harris. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Gagnon, with regards to the seasonal staff increases, I understand fully that the growth in our community has created more green space, more trail, linear kilometers of trail. I get that. But from your description in this backup, you've indicated historically weekend service requests have been addressed on a call-out basis. How many total staff have we got seasonal, just that you bring in?
In terms of 50s or bodies?
Well, bodies.
Seasonal, for the summer at that time, I will say I know we bring about 24 seasonal staff on, in addition to the permanent staff that we have there, and I will say about 12 permanent staff.
Yeah, okay. So ultimately these people are out cutting grass, operating mowers, trimming trees, planting flowers, picking up garbage, that sort of stuff, right? So what I'm curious about is, why are we not shifting them so that we cover 7 days a week through our shift schedules, as opposed to them working Monday to Friday and then having call-outs on the weekend? I'm not objecting to 2 additional seasonal staff if we've had an increased inventory to look after, but why aren't we shifting them in a different way? Or are you, and I just didn't pick up on that?
Your worship, to Councillor Harris, we were able to shift some of the staff temporarily on a ad hoc basis last summer, basically covering an additional day, like a Saturday, for example, on our schedules. We lack the when we had long weekend, for example, we missed sometime a day or 2 on this one, unless we had an event. So that's something we did. I don't believe that was enough for basically the needs that we see in the community, especially for litter and garbage control.
Yeah.
So we need to boost it up. The approach is a little bit like a recreation complex, where you have most of your people at night or in the weekend. We need to have people there, and we would like to shift that. The management as well is when you have staff, you want to make sure also there's supervisory available as well. In a week, it works well. In a weekend, then we have to extend a little more our supervisory there. So we tried a bit, and basically we're able to squeeze at time 1 or 2 people to help out on that part. But most of them are regularly working in the weekends. There's in a week. So
yeah, I guess.
But it's possible to do. We looked at it, but I still felt we were short.
Yeah, and I understand all the points you're raising, and I've gone through those in an operational context, so I get it. I understand that, and if 2 additional bodies are necessary, but the roads department changes the distribution of staff depending on whether we're doing snow and ice control, and so ultimately you've got 7-day-a-week coverage in roads. Why can't we do the same thing in parks? Is what my question is. Because I think that ultimately we can get to that. We can better utilize equipment if that's the case. And so that's what I'm asking. Can you do an investigation on a better way to shift our parks in a similar way to what we do with roads?
We can do that investigation, yes.
I think that's crucial. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you again, Richard, and you're doing very well with the humor. I hope you keep it up. So my first question is, if you go to page 4-11 on your report, under service and cost range, I see that you have a cost range for all the services except burial and cremation plot. And I'm wondering, why do you not have an upsell for that specific service? because I think there's opportunity there for us to close the gap on cost recovery.
I'm sorry, I was looking to get to the page, and
Okay.
if you can please
Okay,
repeat
yes,
the
for sure,
question,
I
Councillor
can.
Abituri.
So I was saying, if you look at all 4 services,
Yes.
like you have like an upsell for all the services except burial and cremation plots. And I'm wondering why we're not taking advantage of some sort of upsell in order to help us generate more revenues to cover our costs recovery. Is my question clear? No?
I'm sorry, Councillor Abituri.
Okay. Okay, let me say it in a different way.
Yeah.
So if you look at burial in full plots, columbarium niche, scattering gardens, you have a cost range. So a lower cost and an upper limit, right? Based on the service that's provided. But burial in cremation plots, the cost range is the same. So you don't have like a lower cost and an upper cost, because I feel like there's an opportunity here for us to make more revenue. Right. Maybe I don't know what those cremation plots look like, but I'm saying like maybe it's providing a bit more service so that the city is making more revenue from that. So I think there's an opportunity there.
Yeah.
So I'm just throwing it back to you. Like, is that something you've thought of? Is that something that we're able to do as a city to generate more revenue to cover?
Are you looking at the adjustment we have done for this particular item for 2024 as the fees and charges?
No, I'm not looking at the fees. I'm looking at that's why I directed to the page 4-11.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, if it's because I'm assuming the reason why you have cost range for everything else is because like I know for the columbarium niche, for the ones that are lower are cheaper to encourage people to buy them more, and the ones that are upper are higher, more expensive. So I'm saying that for the burial and cremation plots, is there an opportunity for us to provide some sort of additional service that would help us generate more revenue that can close the gap in our cost recovery?
The only thing I can say, Councillor Abituri, is I need to see what is the cost of the plot and the cost of services.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this table, and correct me if I'm wrong, members of administration or general managers, that includes the cost of service and the cost of the plot. And again, I don't see the. I'm not trying
to put you under pressure. I'm not trying to say that is there like a creative way we can generate more revenue for this specific service, like upsell? I'm just thinking like a marketer. So it's just something for you to take away and think about. I don't know. I think Janelle, did you want to say something?
Yeah, through your worship, that is something that we could take away and give some analysis. The other examples, there is an additional service provided. So as you mentioned, the columbarium niches, you pay a premium for the top rows, and the full interments, it's a difference of 6 feet versus 9 feet. So I'm not sure what additional service we could provide in that example, but we could take a look at it.
Right. Yes, I'm just saying, there might be some sort of creative way for us to generate more revenue there.
In that context, Abituri, imagine a 4x4 plot where we have basically we auger to get an urn into the area, and it's a very simple process and a very simple service. And there's for burial, for example, for a major plot, you can bury at 9 feet or 6 feet. So you have those options. I think this is what it reflects. And for the columbarium niches, higher or lower.
Yeah, no, I understand all of that. I understand all of that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that maybe there's an opportunity
Okay.
there for us to be able to generate more revenue. Yeah. But that's okay. Thank you, Richard. And thank you, Janelle. My second question is about the public transit fees. So you had said that there was no adjustment for inflation due to the smart fare installation. So I'm struggling to see the connection though, because inflation is inflation. The service is going to cost more because of inflation, whether we like it or not. So someone has to pay for that. Mm-hmm. So what does the smart fare installation costs have to do with the adjustments of inflation?
Your worship, to Councillor Abituri, I'll just give you some example of fees that we had to revise because we're adjusting with smart fare, and sometimes some of those increase are in the 50 cents range or $1 range, especially for what we call the cash fares. And also there's increase based on what we call now monthly caps. So it's in a sense it's a little bit of a complex analysis when we look at the going from the current system to smart fare, but we already have, like, in order to fit with the region and fit into the smart fare system, and the caps per month and everything else, then we have to look at some increases that at time was between $1, 50 cents, $1 up to $2 as well. So to apply inflation on top of that, we felt that we should wait until the ARC and the smart fare is established and look at it next year for inflation, because we had already some of those increase.
So the smart fare charges, does that apply to everybody or just some people?
The ARC card will become the norm around the region, including for Saskatchewan, to travel and pay for your fare.
Okay.
So the typical...
So that will impact everybody, essentially.
That it's impacting everyone, and we're basically one of the last, with Leduc, one of the last community to implement smart fare.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
I actually, following up on that, I had some questions on that too, the ARC program. So I'm seeing your fees at the commuter fare, so I assume that you were just waiting because we're only looking at anticipated possibly 1 month out for the ARC program. But we still have cash fares, so they would be somebody that doesn't have the ARC card would still pay cash fares?
Your Worship, to Councillor Blizzard, yes, there's a time of implementation. And then basically, if somebody comes with cash, we're not going to turn them away. We'll still have a box that they can put some cash there. But we encourage them to have the ARC card and pay a little bit less.
Okay, so I kind of went across and it's hard because they're not side by side, but flipping back and forth, it looks like all of the ARC rates are lower than our rates. Are they regionally set, or do we still have input? Can we set them at what we want? How does that work?
These are the rates that we set based on what we believe is right for Fort Saskatchewan.
But they're all lower than the current rates. I don't see one, at least as far as I flip back and forth, going that's more. Are we anticipating more ridership, or are we going to have less income? This is already an expensive program. I'm thinking, why would we lower them and not get as much recoup?
I will need to see which fare that you are referring to and get back to you.
Well, I'm just looking in general. The monthly cap would be, they're all... What was one I looked at? Integrated Pass Student, 112, and is that I assume that's a monthly. And then when you look at the ARC program, the monthly commuter is student, I guess it depends on the age, but 85 instead of 112, so $30 less.
Your Worship, to Councillor Blizzard, I understand there was some adjustment on the monthly as well in order to balance between some of the student, the regulars, and the seniors. What I will suggest for council, because this is, as I said, technical, and there's a lot of thoughts and development into those ARC fares, is that council flag the item, and we will have a specific presentation on the transit fare and how we transition between the current fares and the ARC and all the cost impact in the analysis. Having the expert, our transit supervisor, to discuss that with you.
Okay, could we flag that item?
Any objections? Not seeing any. That'll flag. Okay.
Through your worship, is that, I guess, can we take that as an information request and do a follow-up as opposed to a flag? I'm not sure that we'll be ready by next week to deal with it as a flag. If it's a specific presentation, is that acceptable?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You can, if your intent is to change fees, then a flag would be appropriate. But if your intent is to get information and learn more, then I would say let's take it as an information request.
I don't know if my intent...
Sorry, you're off.
I don't know if my intent is to change fees, but I certainly think we should look at them and maybe as part of this budget, because to me, it's quite an adjustment on some of these. But if there's good reason that we're anticipating with the change in going to Sherwood Park versus Edmonton that we're adjusting, maybe there's some reason to adjust them lower because we're going to have increased ridership to balance it. But yeah, I think it would be good to flag it and still talk
Okay,
about it.
we'll take it as a flag then. It's no
Okay.
problem.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. I'm next. My question's just quick. I'm going back to the scattering garden. So the picture you put in there is a terrible picture. It looks like there's plaques all over. Will you be able to show us what it is that you're purchasing that these little plaques will go on prior to making a purchase so that council can see it? Because,
Your Worship, we can do that.
okay. Have you gone to Gibbons? I know you said you went to St. Albert. Did you go to Gibbons at all?
Your Worship, no, I did not go to Gibbons.
Take a trip to Gibbons.
Yeah.
There's, there's this amazing. I'm just saying, if you're looking at the regional ones, there's this little, but it's amazing. Okay, that's all I have. Councillor Kelly.
And thank you. I think these are easy questions, Richard. It's the snow dump fee of 30,000. The description says increase. So we had one in the past, and this is a new contract with an increase. Or it was my impression that this was a first-time deal.
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, I think you can see it as a first time as well, in my view. Previously, we were able to get permits, about 18 of them for $100. And when we talked to Swiconia County to use this was not appropriate. So at the end, it was also outside their limits. So we negotiated a contract with Swiconia County to access their snow melt facility.
And will the access to that facility extend to the commercial operators in town, and when they have to clear lots and things like that, they can pull the snow out to there?
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, this is specific to the city for Saskatchewan operation. And if basically a independent contractor wants to have access to a snow dump, then they can have their own negotiation with either Edmonton, Swiconia, wherever they want to go. This is where we're at. This does not include contracted services outside the city operation.
I can share that I get complaints almost every winter personally about the cost of getting rid of snow to business inside Fort Saskatchewan. And I'll leave it at that. I'll give that some thought, Richard. Just one quick further point, if I may. Under Note 9, Traffic Control and Lighting, that's where the prior year commitment for the operator 2 roads position for $103,000 is listed. I would think that's the wrong category. Is that?
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, I agree.
Thank you. So we'll change that going forward, obviously.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That looks like all of the questions. I have been asked for a comfort break. So thank you very much, Richard. So let's take 10 minutes. We'll try and make sure that we take breaks in between. So 10:43. Okay, the next item, so we will resume, and the next item that we have is Fleet Facilities and Engineering. Grant Schaefer presenting.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of Council. My name is Grant Schaefer. I am the Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering. The Fleet Facilities Engineering budget is found in Section 5 of your budget binders. Fleet Facilities and Engineering, as the name implies, is comprised of 3 business units. Fleet Services maintains, manages, and replaces the city's equipment assets. Facilities Management maintains the city's building assets. This includes operation and maintenance of building envelopes and mechanical systems, as well as custodial services within these facilities. Engineering Services provides capital project management, interdepartmental engineering support, manages the log grading and service inspection programs, and provides development and engineering support. In total, FF&E has 41 full-time equivalent employees, made up of full-time, part-time, and casual employees. Just under 30 of these FTEs are assigned to programs specific to FF&E. Fleet Services works out of the Peter Schmidt Mechanic Shop. Facilities Management is based out of the James E. Graham Extension, but works within all facilities, and engineering is located in the lower level of City Hall. FF&E manages 13 programs, including capital construction and procurement, building maintenance and operations, custodial services, fleet planned and preventative maintenance, lot grading, and development engineering. For 2024, program costs were adjusted to more accurately reflect actual costs associated with the programs. No changes are being proposed in service levels. Significant changes within our programs include traffic safety. This is a result of moving the $75,000 traffic safety capital budget into the operating budget. This was done as the work undertaken over the past several years does not fit within the capital budget and tangible capital assets policy. The building maintenance, internal, and custodial services internal programs also see significant changes as additional costs were assigned to recreation in support of their programs. Some of these costs also include wages and electricity adjustments. These reductions are offset by increases within the culture and recreation programs. The allocations will be reviewed based on 2023 actuals and adjusted where needed again for the 2025 budget. The fleet planned preventative maintenance program is reduced because of a budgeted $100,000 reduction to the cost of fuel for 2024. A significant increase in fuel cost was approved for 2023 as a result of prices we were seeing in the middle of 2022 and projected to carry forward into 2023. These projected increases fortunately did not materialize within 2023, and at this time we're not projecting significant increases as we move into 2024. For 2024, Fleet Facilities Engineering has 2 budget requests starting on page 5.5 of your budget package. The first request is 320071, Southport Stormwater Study Review for $75,000 one time, funded by MSI and LGFF. The current Stormwater Master Plan was completed in 2005. The document has been used to guide stormwater servicing for Southport for almost 20 years. In 2023, the servicing study for the immediately adjacent annexed lands to the south was completed. The 2024 review will ensure that the assumptions made at the start of the development area are still valid and meet today's standards. The review will also identify any impacts or efficiencies that may be found as a result of the adjacent servicing of the annexed lands. Oops. Request 320073 on page 5.9 is a $150,000 one-time request funded by MSI for a public works yard needs assessment. This study will review the existing site to determine its capacity for staff, equipment, and operations. The site currently houses administrative and operational staff for the public works, utilities and sustainability, and fleet facilities and engineering departments. The study will review current needs and utilization, as well as future and projected needs as the city and operating departments continue to grow. The study will provide recommendations on how to best utilize the current site and facilities, as well as identify gaps in space required to efficiently operate and maintain the departments located at the Public Works Yard. The study will help inform decisions regarding site development, the potential future of satellite yards, as well as other potential land purchases if they're required and become available. For 2024, there are two additions to our fees and charges on page 513. A reinspection fee of $250 is proposed in the service inspection program. This fee is to discourage contractors from requesting inspections prior to work being ready for that inspection. In some cases, with some contractors, a service inspection is booked, and when we arrive to site, the work is not complete. This results in us having to go back to do a reinspection when they are ready to go. This fee would be charged in the event that an inspection is requested and the work is not ready. If the contractor has pre-booked the inspection, we will continue to allow them to change that time, but if we go to site, the reinspection fee would apply. As well, a new $250 fee for a video review has also been added to the service inspection program. This fee would apply if no call for an inspection were made and it was backfilled prior to inspection. In this case, we require a video of the service be submitted for review. No budget has been allocated for either of these fees, as we hope that we never have to apply them. All other fees were reviewed according to the FF&E fees and charges procedure for the benefit received, cost recovery, and market comparators. All fees have been adjusted for inflation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you're first.
Good morning, Graham. Page 5.5. Let me get there as well, please. The South Fort storm, we had touched on that. I thought that we did a bunch of work on that area in preparation for those ponds to be rehabilitated a couple years ago.
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, the work that was done there was to look at the existing ponds, to see what needed to be done. That was the work that was done as part of that project. This would look at those areas that are yet to develop, okay. The new areas. Okay.
And then one of my favorite subjects that I promised I would bring forward with you. If I look at page 5.7 and or a couple pages down with the next program, the funding source, MSI or the LGFF, between yourself and maybe Mr. Eamon, we could explain to me again why the funding source is important, because I fail to see it.
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, I'm hoping I can defer that one. That's that specific question anyway.
Mr. Fleming, do you want to? Everybody's just kind of looking at each other.
Yeah, through your worship, I'm just getting to this here. So this was funded with MSI operating. It's correct. Yeah. So the provincial government gives us a certain amount of money for MSI operating each year. We have to apply it somewhere. We always want to apply it to one-time projects whenever possible, rather than embedding it in the operating budget, because you never know when that grant could go away. So
I understand completely that we need to spend the money.
Yeah.
But the money that we get isn't earmarked for a specific project. It's up to administration to spend it. But from a practical perspective, how does that change what we're doing with our budget? Because spending a dollar is spending a dollar, whether it comes from MSI or any other source.
Yeah, through your worship, I think philosophically, it shouldn't matter at all. I agree with you. $1 is $1, and every project that we undertake or propose in a plan request should all be heavily scrutinized for its value, regardless of the funding source.
And I just want to drive this point home one more time, please. The fact that we chose this particular program to apply MSI to means that some other program is in fact then necessarily funded through normal revenues.
Yeah, through your worship, that could be the case with one-time projects. Most likely what it means is we get to keep the $75,000 in a contingency reserve somewhere. That's the likely impact of using this for this.
Well, and that's my other point, Troy, the reserve funding conversation that happens regularly as well, I struggle with. But I'm going to leave it at that. I'll bring it forward as we talk about this stuff continuously, this budget, and hopefully a motion toward the end, and maybe we can resolve this somehow. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Harris.
Grant, the last time I was out to the transfer station, and actually even before that, I noticed that Lafarge doesn't appear to be operating on the corner adjacent to the transfer station. Is that correct? Are they still in business? The stuff's still sitting there, but it doesn't look like they're operational. Do you know?
Your worship, Councillor Harris, I'm not 100% sure what the finality of where they're sitting right now. I know that there have been different times over the last few years where they've fired up again and then not for seasonal reasons. But I'm not sure where they're at this point.
Okay. All right. No, I was just curious because they used to be a going concern, and then another transit mix business operated further north and east of there. But I was just curious about what the status is, because obviously that is a very strategically located piece of property. So, okay, I was just curious. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. Grant, the new fees seem to be deterrent in nature. Would you say that that is correct? The reason why that we're putting them in?
Your worship, to Councillor Macon, that is the intent that we have had. I guess we're trying to stop a problem that we are having with a few contractors.
So, but then, given that being the case, I'm surprised that the cost isn't actually set higher. Do you believe that those costs that cost is actually deterrent for like those large of projects that this would apply to?
Your worship, Councillor Macon, these are actually fairly small projects in terms of what we're doing. It is sending one or two people out to a site to inspect the service of a house. So it's an hour or so worth of time, or two worth of time to go back and forth, or maybe not even that in some cases. So it is based on probably a little bit more than cost recovery for that.
It's based on cost recovery for us, right? But as a deterrent to the actual applicant, do you think that $250 on a project would stop them from doing what we don't want them to do? Just for consideration.
Yeah, I believe it would.
Okay.
It's a very small portion of that contractor. That contract is a very small portion of the overall contract. So
right. Okay. Thanks, Grant.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So the Public Works Yard Assessment, $150,000. What? So you're going to hire a consultant? Are you planning on doing it in-house? Like, where is this money going to be spent on?
Your worship, this will be consulting money. It will be a consultant brought in to review our operations, to look at how we're using our site, how we're using our building, to conduct the interviews with the different departments and staff in terms of where they see their growth and pinch points at this time, to be able to evaluate and even to look at what's in the region in terms of trying to bring in those best practices, to see trying to identify what are truly needs and wants, to try and put together a plan that shows what we can do with the site and where we may need to find other options.
And what's the downside if it's not done, or can it be done in-house? I mean, your staff know what's going on.
Your worship, I don't know that we have all the expertise in-house to do this, and we wouldn't be able to do it in any kind of timely fashion. If we brought this in-house, we wouldn't have the capacity to take it on at this time.
Okay, I'd like to flag this item. Does anybody have any objection? Not seeing any. We'll flag this item for debate. Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just on the Public Works Yard Needs Assessment, like when you're going into a process like this, you probably have a bit of a vision yourself on based on what you see as the constraints of the current yard. Ideally, if the report went in a direction where we needed to expand, would we be looking at like a satellite yard for storage of equipment, or in your opinion, as of this point, without the study being done, are we going to be looking at a new piece of property with another building for offices and so a lot more infrastructure than we have currently?
Your worship, the councillor, and I don't know that I would definitely not be replacing the yard. I think we want to take a good look at how satellite yards can improve efficiency of specific functions. We have some experience with that right now in parks where they're taking mowers across town once a week rather than every day, things like that. We have some garages around town that we can park things at. So is there other places we can find those benefits? So it's things like that. And then how can it may come out that we do need a different or an additional facility or an additional garage space or whatever that is. At this point, I don't really have any specifics saying that this is what we need to do, but it is an awkwardly shaped piece of property that we have that is getting quite full and difficult to manage.
Right, good enough. I'll wait for the rest during the flag discussion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. And Mayor Catcher, you did exactly what I was thinking I would do with regard to the Public Works yard. So I'm going to use my speaker time to ask Mr. Fleming perhaps a couple more questions on the funding sources. I assume, Troy, that as part of the receipt of MSI that the city actually has to file a report back with the province on a regular basis on how those monies were spent?
Through your worship, yes, there's a grant after report that gets filed.
And does that report require an actual council motion that the province would look at to show that the monies were spent properly? Is that why these things show up as being flagged MSI?
Through your worship, we don't require a council resolution. The reason we have, it's been our practice here for as long as I've been here to disclose the funding sources for all of our different projects. So that's generally why they're here. I know we've had questions from council in the past as to what is a funding source. So we're not disclosing it here because of any requirement with the province.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
and I understand it's been your practice since you've been here. It's been my 6 years on council where I've questioned it every year. So we're on the same table but different sides of it. I'm going to let it go for right now. Come back to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Nope, we're good. Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to planning and development next.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Craig Thomas, Director of Planning and Development. I'm also joined in the gallery by Shri Shindi, Manager of Current and Long Range Planning, and Stefan Brown, the Manager of Safety Codes. Specific details can be found in Section 6 of your budget binder. Planning and Development Department strives to create authentic places that are welcoming to all and meet the community aspirations for current and future generations. This is accomplished through the coordination of a variety of land use planning functions that range from creating a long-term vision for the city to reviewing all new development proposals to ensure that they reflect this vision. The planning department is comprised of 3 business units: current and long-range planning, development planning, and safety codes, and those 3 business units manage 11 programs. As part of our efforts to enhance the efficiency and clarity of our department services, we recently conducted a program review, resulting in a few significant changes. We have renamed a few programs to better reflect their scope and objectives. The newly named programs include statutory plan application review and processing, administer the land use bylaw, safety code permit review, and redistrictings and land use bylaw amendments. We have also combined some programs: safety code permit review and issuance, encroachment agreements, and land use bylaw enforcement have been merged into a single program called Administer the Land Use Bylaw. Similarly, safety code compliance and safety code inspections have been consolidated. There are also some changes to our costs and revenue. The addition of a safety code officer will add to our expenses specific to safety code inspections program. We anticipate that this cost will be partially offset by increases in permit revenue for these specific programs. We've also introduced a new program, Municipal Development Plan Implementation, which relates to specific projects that are identified within the 2021 Municipal Development Plan implementation. Key initiatives for 2024 that the Planning Department will be focusing on include the continuation of the Land Use Bylaw project and updating the industrial area structure plans. Over the past few years, the department has seen a rise in new land use bylaw districts, including direct control. Processing and reviewing of these requests are resource and time intensive, and as a result, the department is only recouping about 20 to 30% of its cost. The department intends to deal with the matter through regulatory methods and a proposed fee for such applications. We have two budget requests for 2024. One is to update the city's 2 industrial area structure plans, which will be a one-time cost. And the second is for a safety code officer position within the safety code business unit, which will be ongoing. Details of these requests will be found on page 6-5 and 6-11 respectively. The Josephburg Road area, Josephburg Road North and Alberta Industrial Heartland area structure plans play a key role in attracting new business, supporting our existing industries, and creating valuable job opportunities. Currently, there are inconsistencies between these 2 area structure plans, and they do not fully align with the recently approved municipal development plan. It's important that we address these issues to eliminate barriers that may hinder industrial development. Also, we want to make sure that our processes are streamlined and we are enhancing the overall efficiency in our processes. In 2024, we plan to conduct a comprehensive update of the area structure plans, focusing on optimizing land use between industrial areas, aligning economic development opportunities with land use policies, and ensuring high standards of emergency management and health and safety planning. This initiative aligns with the goals of multiple city departments and the City of Fort Saskatchewan strategic plan, which focuses on well-planned community, a resilient economy, and environmental stewardship. This is a one-time cost of $75,000 and will be funded through the Municipal Sustainability Initiative or the Local Government Fiscal Framework, LGFF. For the second request, the Safety Code Business Unit has added an additional building inspector to address workload capacities and to maintain current service levels. Since transitioning to a fully in-house model in 2021, the city has seen significant improvements in quality control, file management, permit tracking, and field inspections. The addition of a new inspector allows the safety code manager to focus on management and customer service tasks, including pre-application meetings and service enhancements. This position will support the department in preparing for anticipated increases in workload due to a new national building code coming into effect and potential major industrial projects within Alberta's industrial heartland. The cost of the position and additional the cost of the new inspector position will be partially offset through the reallocation of a surplus position and additional revenue from safety code related services. This would offset the cost by about 84%. This initiative aligns with the city goals of strategically managing growth and ensuring a well-planned community and a resilient economy. Each year, the Planning and Development Department undertakes a review of its fees and charges. Adjustments are made based on 5 guiding principles: benefits received, both individual and societal, costing data, cost recovery, and service efficiency. For 2024, we're proposing some modifications to our fee structure, which include inflationary increases, which will maintain the real value of our fees in the face of economic shifts. Additionally, we're establishing new fees for specific types of developments that had not been identified in the past. This includes things like covered decks and the installation of solar panels. We're also introducing fees to cover situations where inspections cannot be conducted for reasons outside of the inspector's control. This would include not being able to gain entry to the building. There are 3 specific fees that are noteworthy. The first pertains to developments where a license has been issued by a provincial regulator for a sour gas facility. In such instances, the Municipal Government Act places specific obligations on the city, which can involve significant amount of time and resources. The second relates to land use bylaw amendments that establish a new land use district, such as direct control. Again, these applications take a significant amount of time and resources to process. And we're finding that we're only recovering a portion of the overall cost. We're also looking at an increased fee for applications that are concerning telecommunication towers. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go first. So for council's information, so just correct me if I'm wrong, the safety codes officer is a current position, correct, Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, Your Worship, I had advised council earlier this year that we needed to move on that one immediately. So if there is a desire to flag and debate that one, we would just ask that we go in camera.
Okay, thank you. So that's just for council's information. So the second question that I have is on the industrial area structure plan update. As we're looking at it and we're looking at the zones that are in there, if you're looking at doing the update, is there an opportunity to look at any of the areas that are currently medium industrial and look at moving them to heavy, or would that be outside the scope?
Your Worship, no. I think we would want to include at, because it would be an update, we want to look at it comprehensively. So that would be, certainly could be part of the scope.
Okay, I'm good. Councillor Macon?
Thank you. So just so I understand on the safety codes, generally speaking right now, we have a building inspector who is also operating in the capacity of safety codes manager. It kind of has a dual role. And then with this, we'd be adding a building inspector who is only doing building inspectors, moving that other individual into safety codes manager and not doing building inspections. Is that accurate?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Macon, partially. There would be an expectation that the safety code manager would still be doing some inspections. It would just free up more of his time to be in the office, deal with more customer service and file management and these sort of things.
Okay. Because where I was looking in your report on 6-14, there's service level comparisons. And so when I was reading kind of what the plan was for those positions, it says in that we have one building inspector, and that is clearly, behind all of our other comparators. And with how it's laid out here, I was just curious if we felt like we were still going to be lagging. If that doesn't change that number because we are going to reallocate, and if you think that within the next couple of years that we can expect that department will need. further resources?
Through your worship, Councillor Macon, I think this would put us in a pretty good place. I think we've looked at things that have made us very nimble and creative in terms of how we deliver business. Looking at some of our comparators, like say Parkland County and Strathcona, they've got a much larger area to cover. So that does make a difference as well. But you know, we've been able to, I think, utilize our resources very effectively. And I think based on this model going forward, we would be well positioned for the next few years for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, page 6-13, under within the section budget analysis, second paragraph, the last phrase, the proposed safety codes fees are consistent with other municipalities in the region. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Through your worship, I would say that's probably a good thing.
And you say that with knowledge of how the other regions or municipalities determine their fee schedule?
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, when we were looking at our fees and comparing it with other municipalities within the region, there is quite a bit of variance, I would say. So I think we were looking at it through a lens of what does our policy say specifically and what makes sense for us. Having said that, I think we do strike a pretty good balance between what other municipalities are charging.
And I'm not just picking on you. That statement concerns me each and every time I read it. So I'll revisit it. Thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
Yeah, I don't think this needs to go in camera, but just for the safety codes position. So do we take into account the overtime or contracted services to offset that position with the amount that's going forward? Because that would actually detract from that position or detract from the costs.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, so I think right now to deal with the demand, we have, I think, reallocated some surplus within our salaries to apply to some contracted services. So that would be lessened, I think, going forward with the new position.
Okay, that'll help with the cost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then I was looking through your fees and charges. So for illegal signs, there was a increase. But this is more, I don't know, does this apply more to business? I know with election signs, they just took them down and we could pick them up. There wasn't a fee. So is this more making sure businesses have signs where they're supposed to be?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I think this is a situation where there would be like a portable sign that would go up that doesn't have permits.
So a bigger sign. Okay. Guess that's my two.
Okay. Councillor Harris. Whoops, just a second here. Okay, go ahead.
So, Mr. Thomas, so the genesis of safety codes is the city used to have a contract with the inspections group. That was canceled. We then brought in 2 safety codes officers, and we were doing safety codes inspections, and we had an agreement with Strathcona to do that. We don't have that agreement with Strathcona anymore, do we?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, yes, we do. So when we did shift to being fully in-house, we had 3 inspectors like we do now. And as part of that transition, we wanted to, because we didn't know exactly what to expect. So we did strike an agreement with Strathcona County to have reciprocal services. So we would help them out, they would help us out. We still have that in place and it's worked very well. I think for both municipalities, I think at first there was a bit more of an expectation that we would lean on them a little bit more, but I think over the course of this year that's balanced out, and I think it works quite well. So it can deal with things like unforeseen circumstances, like if people are getting sick or vacations and those types of things.
So that's basically a commitment to intergovernmental cooperation
Absolutely.
between municipalities. So the second question that I've got, so in regards to our heavy industrial stakeholders in the region or in our municipality, they have their own accreditation under the Safety Codes Act. So they do their own inspections on stuff like on Dow, for example, or whatnot. Is that not the case? So our inspectors do not have to go out and do inspections on the heavy industrial because they have their own accreditation. Is that correct or not?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Harris, it really depends. I think with Dow, the expectation is that our safety code officers would be doing inspections out there. They might have some folks on staff that we would collaborate with, but I think a lot of, if there was, say, a major expansion at Sherritt or Dow or wherever, we would need to be ready to provide those services to them.
Okay, so is this recommendation for additional resources in line with what we see coming down the pipeline relative to development in the heavy
through
industrial?
Your Worship, it would be to maintain our existing services, but having the ability of our safety code manager to be available for pre-application meetings and for kind of that higher level of customer service, that would be available.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Noyan.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question about the revenue from safety code permits, because we see a decrease in permit revenue under both items number 2 and 11. This is on page 6.4. There's a star and it says it's in line with our fees and charges procedure. Why are we seeing a budgeted decrease in revenue because there was over budgeted or a surplus amount from the previous year's budget, or why would that be? Because with the amount of growth and new builds that we have, it seems like that number should be going up to me.
Yeah, through Your Worship, Councillor Noyan, I'll answer it and maybe finance can help me, but no, I think we'll be seeing an increase actually in revenue from the fees and charges. One of the things that we've noticed going in-house is when we were contracting out the services, the inspectors were just going in the building, doing their inspection and leaving. And in some cases, they were doing inspections without even going to the business or the building because they had the ability to do what's called a verification of compliance. So what we found is with in-house inspectors, there's more quality control. So we can go in and actually look around and find other things. Also with having that capacity, we can do a lot better file management and go back on applications or deficiencies that weren't resolved. So that is bringing in a significant amount of revenue in and of itself. So we don't, I guess number one, we are anticipating additional growth. And like I said, with the additional capacity, that will in and of itself bring additional revenue. So we're not seeing a decrease in revenue.
Oh, okay. And I might have read that wrong. And certainly it does add a significant amount of value. My second question has to do with the industrial area assessment. Sorry, I just want to go over to it here. Is this going to be a kind of an interdepartmental review with economic development, with input from the developer in this area, or some of the developers in this area, or what are we looking at in terms of process, I guess, to update this plan?
Yeah, through Your Worship, Councillor Noyan, you're correct. I mean, anytime we would update a statutory plan, we would bring in all of the interested parties and work collaboratively with them, and that would include our internal partners as well as our external partners.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Batoye.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't ready for that. Thank you for your presentation, Craig. I'm just going to go back to Councillor Noyan's question. I think my question is actually to finance, and I see why he thought that was a decrease because even though it's an increase in fees, it's in brackets, which according to accounts and anything in brackets is a negative. So why are we reporting like an increase in permits revenue in brackets?
That's accounting speak. So we're increasing anything with a negative that's tied to revenue is increasing the revenue.
Right, but why is it in brackets? Because in anything in bracket means a negative. So that really confused me. So when I was reviewing it, so I see why that was confusing for him. Is there a reason why we're reporting it that way?
Oh, we just followed accounting speak. Sorry.
Oh, accountants. Okay, so there's a standard that you.
Yeah, just to add on that. So in terms of that particular program, the revenues actually exceed the costs. So it's actually bringing in a net revenue of 34,000. So it's one of those unusual programs that actually has revenues in excess of its costs.
That is super confusing, but thank you for explaining.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Just a couple more quick ones, I think, for you. So you have in there to support the new safety codes position, the reallocation of a 0.3 FTE for development compliance officer. Can you just help me understand where that comes from? Like, where does that work go? Is it reallocated? Is that work just simply not there anymore? If you could just explain that so I better understand it, would be great.
For sure. through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Macon. So that position, that that portion of the position is actually for a development compliance officer. So that would be enforcement of the land use bylaw. What we've found over the years is there's not enough work for that particular position to require a full-time position. And what we've actually found, just in terms of the approach that we've taken in terms of development compliance, is that could be covered by our existing staff.
Okay. And then this one, just out of curiosity, you talk about in your report, because you're building towards another safety codes, the allocated hours versus actual for your building inspector. But I was just curious how the other inspectors are doing for their allocated versus actual hours for like your electrical inspector, your gas plumber inspector.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Macon, I would say we're pretty good in terms of our plumbing and gas and electrical inspectors. We're not seeing, generally it's pretty good in terms of capacity. If we do have to, say, ask for additional support, we do have those tools in place, either through Strathcona County or through some casual arrangements that we have as well.
But we haven't had to necessarily lean on that very much this year?
Not so much, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, page 6.3, the programs. I'm wondering why safety codes, inspections, and compliance, line 11, operates barely recovering. In fact, I don't think they recover 50% of their costs through fees.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, part of that, and that kind of relates back to one of the previous questions, is the amount of revenue that's being brought in for safety code permit review. So just when we're looking at excuse me, when we're looking at the definitions for each of those programs, the money actually kind of goes into the permit review. So there's quite a bit of revenue for the safety code permit review program, but the inspections, it's just the allocation of that is a little bit different.
So that would be consistent with what our peers do?
Through Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, I'm not sure how many others do the PBB, but I'm just going to say yes based on my limited knowledge.
One last quick question. Is there any reason where both of these line items, be it the permitting itself or the review process, and any reason why both of those line items should not show a healthy margin?
Again, through your worship, Councillor Kelly, it would just be how we're allocating the costs and revenues for that. It is something we can maybe look into a little bit more.
I would encourage it, and I'll leave it at that. Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
Just a quick question, more for curiosity than anything to do with the concerns about the budget. But a number of years ago, quite a bit of money was spent, and a lot of people were asking about keeping bees. And I see there's a beekeeper fee. How many beekeepers have we had, and do we have ongoing at the moment?
It's a
Any
good
idea?
question. Through you, your worship, Councillor Blizzard. We've issued one license, and I don't know if that license is still in effect. There is, I think, a renewal fee, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's some fee in
there. And I
there.
don't believe it has been renewed.
So that was a pricey beekeeper. I think that the concern and why I bring it up is I think sometimes we have these one-time fees or one-time expenses. They don't really benefit a whole lot of people. So I think we do have to watch our one-time expenses.
Okay. All right, so I got a message that our lunch is here, and if we actually want to eat it while it's warm, because it's not a buffet, that we need to break now. So we will take recess now, and do you want 30 or 45 minutes? You're not getting an hour. 45? 45 minutes. Okay. All right, so we're in recess then. Mr. Fleming?
Till 12:15, right? We'll
12:15, yeah. Okay. Okay, we will resume the meeting at 12:16 and we will begin with economic development. Erin Brush Duncan, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. I'm Erin Brush Duncan, Director of Economic Development. Please refer to Section 7, starting on page 7-1 in your budget package. The Economic Development Department works to foster a competitive, resilient, and diverse local business climate and economy. The department serves the community by attracting businesses and industry that provide services, goods, and employment opportunities. Through partnering with regional economic development stakeholders, the department is working to position Fort Saskatchewan as a leading jurisdiction in the energy transition. The department strives to be a resource for the local business community and potential investors by maintaining current community analytics and responding to requests for information. The department is also responsible for activating the downtown and managing the city-owned land portfolio. Our department has 3 full-time employees and 2 full-time contract positions. All staff are located in City Hall. Economic Development manages 8 programs: business retention, business attraction, business licensing and economic development data management, land management, regional economic initiative support, downtown enhancement, leases and licenses for profit, and leases and licenses not for profit. For programs we manage, this information can be found on page 7-3 of the budget document. Although there were no significant changes made to economic development's programs we manage, there were some changes made in employee allocations and the associated position costs within some of those programs. To review significant adjustments for the 2024 budget, in business attraction, see Note 2, we are including an addition to our advertising budget of about $10,000, as well as an increase to our consulting and professional fees of about $16,000 due to inflation. Regarding regional economic initiative support, see Note 5, there's an increase of about $77,000 in memberships, and that's specifically related to AIHA and Edmonton Global due to tax assessment growth and inflation. For leases and licenses for profit, please see Note 8. There's a revenue decrease of about $36,000 due to a reduction in lease revenue, primarily from contract negotiations. In 2024, Economic Development will be working on all department goals, but there will be a focus on business attraction, especially as it relates to industry and the energy transition, goals 1 and 4 of the department plan, and improving our department's capacity and ability to market the city, goal 5. Goal 3, to recognize the importance of downtown and support its economic development, is an additional area of focus. Regarding the 2024 operating budget requests, Economic Development has 2. The first budget request is 61-0075, Improving Economic Development Marketing and Outreach. This information can be found on 7-5 of the budget document. This request aligns with PBB programs, business attraction and business retention, as well as department business plan goals 1, 2, and 5. The Economic Development Department promotes opportunities within Fort Saskatchewan to potential investors. This is done by developing informed messaging that demonstrates why Fort Saskatchewan is a prime location for a facility or business. The messaging needs to be relevant, up-to-date, and backed up by easy-to-understand and reliable data. With multiple major investments and potential projects being announced, Alberta's industrial heartland, and Fort Saskatchewan specifically, are poised to realize significant economic growth. Furthermore, major investments typically result in spin-off opportunities where support businesses seek to locate near major projects. These spin-off businesses rely on marketing materials from economic development departments within the region to inform decisions about where to locate, and Fort Saskatchewan needs to be prepared to market itself and promote the opportunities within our boundaries. The city's primary economic development marketing asset is investfortsask.ca. This website is 5 years old and due for an audit and refresh. Funding will be used to refresh the website strategy, content, and user experience, as well as better integrate with SEO and advertising best practices. These improvements will also support efforts undertaken by our regional partners, including AIHA and Edmonton Global, who direct investors to the municipal websites. To ensure alignment and a unified brand, the Economic Development Department will also update other marketing materials concurrently with that website refresh. This work will complement the marketing assets work that is currently underway. In 2023, the Economic Development Department received funding to update select digital materials, including images and video footage. This suite of updated marketing materials will help enhance Fort Saskatchewan's presence and highlight the great opportunities unfolding in our area. This budget request includes both the one-time funding to refresh the website and expand our marketing materials, as well as ongoing funding to maintain these assets annually. This adheres to digital and marketing best practices and ensures we remain ahead of the curve. The total cost for this is $25,000, $10,000 is ongoing, and $15,000 is one-time. The second budget request is 61-0083, the Downtown Development Strategy. This information can be found on page 7-9 of the budget document. This request aligns with PBB programs Downtown Enhancement, Business Attraction, and Business Retention, as well as Department Business Plan Goal 3. The Downtown Action Plan, which was initially approved by Council in 2021, was intended to be a short-term plan focused on improving the beauty, visual identity, and visitor experience in downtown. The action plan included 23 recommendations, and its implementation is scheduled to wrap up in May of 2024 after almost 3 years of work improving the vibrancy of downtown. The work to date has generated enthusiasm for the downtown, with positive feedback received from downtown business owners and visitors. One particular comment to note says that the projects that have been completed in this past year or so have gone a long ways to rejuvenate the downtown core of the city. It's evident to me that a good deal of thought and effort has gone into making it a pleasant place to enjoy any day of the week. To maintain this momentum in 2024, administration is recommending the creation of the Downtown Development Strategy. This strategy will continue the work achieved in the Downtown Action Plan with a focus on increasing private investment in development. The 3 primary goals of this Downtown Development Strategy are increasing residential density in downtown, promoting the development of underutilized or vacant spaces, and reducing commercial vacancy in the downtown. Administration is recommending that this downtown development strategy be prepared internally as opposed to hiring an external consultant. This approach was used with the 2021 Downtown Action Plan and has proven effective as that project was under budget and produced a tailored document specific to Fort Saskatchewan. Having an internal team leading community engagement and creating the plan will facilitate a seamless transition to the strategy's execution. This strategy will build upon the research completed during the Downtown Action Plan and will also involve extensive engagement with developers and the community to determine any potential barriers and opportunities for private investment in the downtown. This Downtown Development Strategy will follow a similar format to that of the Downtown Action Plan, with specific recommendations and action items to encourage tangible results and progress. To create the Downtown Development Strategy, recommendations, and specific action items, a temporary employee will be hired for a 2-year term. The plan will be created within the first year, leaving the temporary employee 1 year to lay the groundwork for those recommendations. The total cost for this project is about $195,000 one time, with $84,000 taking place in 2024. Regarding the fees and charges, this information can be found on page 7-13 of the budget document. The department conducted an annual review of its fees and charges, and the Economic Development Department has 5 different types of fees, primarily in relation to business licenses as well as incentive applications. Fees were assessed for both their relevance and necessity and were determined based on a pricing methodology that considered the direct and indirect expenses associated with each service, as well as alignment with regional comparators. Considering this review process, the Economic Development Department proposes revisions to the fees and charges for the year 2024. The proposed fee revisions for business licenses are due to inflationary increases. There were no new fees introduced for 2024. There was no increase to the Heartland Incentive Program application fee, and the temporary business license fee was removed as previously discussed with Council when the business license bylaw C10-23 replaced the business license bylaw C20-22 in October of 2023. I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll go into questions. Councillor Macon, you're first.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is on the website updates, and just listening to your presentation and reading what we were provided. I'm wondering why it isn't 15,000 one time in 2024 and ongoing starting in 2025. Because the way I'm understanding it is that it's $15,000 and then $10,000 to keep it up.
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, the intent for that is because in this first year to redo the website is a pretty extensive project, and then we're adding additional new marketing, like expanding the marketing materials that we have as well with some like a new RFI package and things like that. So because it's a larger suite, that's why that one time would also be used kind of for that first year as well. It's my understanding.
Okay, and do we do that in-house, or do we have actual quotes on completing that work?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, I worked with our communications department to determine the approximate cost of having it would most likely be a consultant that would work with us to do the major refresh.
Okay, so it's just based on our previous, and we haven't actually gone out for a quote or anything on that project yet.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you for your presentation. So the 10,000 ongoing, that's going to be going towards advertisements, those types of things. Is that right?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, we oftentimes need to update the marketing material, whether through new graphics and maps. Sometimes it is new broker packages, things like that. So there is a cost to the development of those marketing materials. And in the past, those haven't been updated as often as we'd like. So that's the intent for the expanded $10,000 for marketing.
So the 15,000 is for auditing and refreshing the website, and the 10,000 is for the marketing part of it?
That is correct.
Okay. So I have a question about the actual website and the impressions you're getting from that. So 17,000 in 1 year, is that pretty standard? And what kind of benefits have we gotten from that?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, our InvestFort Sask website is something that we have a lot of our information, our reports on. A lot of times when we're working with site selectors and things like that, we show them the website with a lot of that information. And so when you're searching for investment opportunities in Fort Saskatchewan, that is the site that we use for the majority of our information sharing.
Yeah, no, I support that, and I think it's important for us to have a website. But my question though is the impressions we're getting, like 17,000 in 1 year. It sounds really low to me, right? But maybe it's because of the type of service we're providing, right? So I'm just wondering if it's pretty standard for the type of website that we have. Like how does that website compare to the city's website, for example?
Through your worship, my understanding is that the city's website does have higher activity than the InvestFort Sask website. I think they're reaching two different audiences.
Right, I agree. Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you. I'm next. So I'm going to go to the downtown development strategy. So you said it was approved in 2021. So that's 2 years ago. Other than the murals, I'm not seeing a lot of new housing developments occurring. I'm not seeing vacant spaces being taken up for businesses. So to invest $195,000. So when I look at your initiative description, can you explain to me what's different from this than what was supposed to happen in 2021 with a temporary position?
To your worship, the 2021 Downtown Action Plan was designed to be short term, and its focus was to bring more visitors into downtown, have them come more often, and to stay longer. And so what we worked on were some placemaking kind of initiatives. We had those parklets. We worked on creating the downtown identity. So we have the new logo, we've got the signage, the websites, things like that. Those are different ways that we've been trying to promote the downtown as a place to visit, as a destination that's kind of worthy of those visits. And so in that project, we also worked on things like those parklets, the pergola, some of this, the banners on the signage, things like that, the lighting that went along 100th Avenue. And so it was designed to create a really wonderful visitor experience and to make it a more beautiful place for people to visit. This second proposal that we have, this downtown development strategy, is being designed to focus on some longer term goals like increased residential density, trying to promote infill in the area, as well as specifically working to reduce that commercial vacancy in this space. So it's a slightly different goal, and we want to kind of capitalize on the momentum that we've had with the short-term plan and work towards something a little bit greater.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of go off here. It says to create the downtown development strategy, a temporary employee for 2 years. How do you define that as temporary? And then as I add that into that, I would like to know how many people you have in economic development and exactly what they're doing.
Absolutely, to your worship. So currently we have 5 employees. We have myself, the director, as well as 2 economic development officers. We have somebody who manages the land. He's a land management advisor. And we have somebody who is currently working on the downtown action plan. That term ends in May of 2024. So this would be a position that would, I guess, follow that May of 2024. So it wouldn't be adding additional staffing. My numbers wouldn't increase, is I guess the answer I'm giving you there.
You guys will indulge me, a land management person, so why can't that person do the land management for downtown? And then I'll move on to next person.
To your worship, our land management advisor is working a good bit on the overall city strategy for our city assets and needs. They're also working on helping us better implement our leases and licensing of city-owned facilities and land. So it is more for internal than necessarily working on some of the external.
Okay. I'll probably come back. Councillor Blizzard, you're next.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. So we have an award-winning website. How much are you redoing? You're not starting over or getting a significant refresh if it's already an excellent website?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, the website needs to be refreshed to better meet the current needs. The digital strategy, marketing, and advertising, it, as we all know, is changing so rapidly, and we have not done any extensive updates, and so it will be a little bit more of a kind of a full service refresh of that website. And then it's also things like creating the content, making sure that we're taking advantage of SEO strategies and things like that. And so, yes, we have an award-winning website and it's been really useful for us. We've had a lot of success with it, but we need to be able to make sure that we're moving forward and we're not falling behind.
So going by that, do we not have someone go in it, I would say probably every 6 months even, regularly to monitor and update little changes, or no?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, that is part of the intent of requesting the $10,000 ongoing, is to make sure that we have the resources necessary so that the website does not fall behind.
Okay, is that my 2 questions?
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Aaron. I have concerns around developing yet another strategy for the downtown core. We've had strategies and plans for at least a couple decades, in my estimation. I'm not at all convinced that a new strategy would include any new information, because I don't think there's much more we haven't that we could possibly consider. So I'm going to ask for this to be flagged. I would like, in place of a strategy, for you to take the information and the knowledge that your department already has and come up with an actual plan for action. Let's be doing some stuff and monitor what we do and amend what we do and fix what we do going forward, so that we can zigzag our way to an ultimate goal, as opposed to a strategy which does nothing but put on paper things that we would like to do. Thoughts on that process, or my thought process?
Okay, just before you go, does anybody have any objections to this being flagged? Okay, that'll go on as flagged.
So that's my ramble, Aaron. What am I missing?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I would say that we're calling it a downtown development strategy because we're specifically working to promote and encourage private investment and development into the downtown. But like the downtown action plan, where we had those very specific recommendations, these are the pieces that we're going to do. They had very specific action items. That's how this would be designed. So we'll be using much of the research that was already completed for part of that downtown action plan and building upon that. It's just the goals are slightly different. So this is taking a look at how are we actually going to get increased residential density in downtown? How can we actively promote the areas that we're hoping for infill? Pieces like that. So it's still going to be a very action-oriented strategy and plan. It's not just research, for example.
Your Worship, if I could weigh in here just to add to Ms. Brush Duncan's comments. Councillor Kelly, I think you highlighted well what we hope to do. We want to hit the ground running. We want to have conversations with developers and investors, and we want to ask them, what would it take before you put shovels in the ground? Based on that information, we'll be coming back to council and saying this is what is needed in order to move the downtown forward. As Ms. Brush Duncan said, the downtown action plan was really focused on creating buzz. We were successful with that. We do have more vibrancy in the downtown. Now we want to focus on getting shovels in the ground and heads on beds.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comments. I'm not at all convinced that a strategy, though, is the way to do that. We did have, and my memory banks are not what they used to be, but within the last couple of years, I think we had a policy for some sort of property tax breaks for some types of development in specified core of downtown. Can you give council any update? Is it possible to get an update on how that has worked to date? I don't recall an update being offered to council, and I could easily have forgotten.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, are you referring to the Brownfield tax exemption program?
It seems to me there's two. Is there not, the brown and the green?
There's also the downtown development grant.
Okay, both of them.
Sure. There are two different programs. So one program is throughout the downtown area. We've defined boundaries, and that is the downtown development grant. That's 3% on your eligible capital costs, and that's for bringing in residential development or mixed use development. So multifamily or mixed use. There are certain other eligibility requirements. The Brownfield tax exemption program is also designed to bring in multifamily or mixed-use development, and that is on, I believe it's 10 very specifically designated sites, and that is a 5% tax exemption, and you are not eligible for both. It's one or the other. To date, we've received a lot of interest in both programs. I get quite regular calls, both from the broker community, realtor community, and potential investors. Currently, one project has received their development permit, but I have not received an application yet for that project.
And just to one last piece of information. How long have these programs been in place? Because I forget that too.
Through your worship, I believe it's been about 2 years. We came forward in the summer with an update.
Okay, Mayor Katz, I'm going to sign on again. I want to flesh this out.
Okay, Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. I do have some similar concerns to the development strategy for downtown. Would this be essentially transitioning, and I think you mentioned this, but the role of the action plan coordinator into strategist for downtown development, or are you looking for somebody new with a specific portfolio to give insight into what new ideas we can bring to the downtown?
Through your worship, as we have somebody in that position currently, I'd like to think a little bit more before having a specific answer on that. But right now, the person that we have in that role has done some tremendous work within our downtown.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think my other questions have been asked already. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, going on to round 2. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Blizzard first.
I'm going to go on the same wave here, and since this has been flagged, you'll be coming back. So can we get some kind of a report? I don't know how far back we can go, but I think so many communities missed, I don't know if missed the boat is the right way because the wave was coming anyways, but in Fort Saskatchewan, we've worried about the downtown, worked on the downtown since Walmart and that whole development started on the highway and kept expanding. People left downtown because they had other places to go. They could pull up and drive and not even walk around. You're inside a big center. So can we get, whether it's 10 years, but even since it started, a cost of how much we've spent trying to, after we let businesses develop way outside of the downtown, how much we've spent having it try to come back to downtown, and maybe, successes along the way. I don't know how, doesn't need to be in depth, but a little bit of a cost, because I think I've seen this over and over. When I was on council before, it was brought back over and over, and I think we spent a considerable amount of money. If we're looking at it in the pulling people somewhere, I see developments on the highway that are struggling too and haven't had development. So, we're keep focusing on downtown, which I kind of understand. But
through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, the question you're asking is if we can bring forward how much money the city's invested into downtown. I will,
if that's possible.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. We can deliver that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Continue where we left off, Aaron. If over 2 years, 3% and 6% property tax incentives have not worked, and I assume along with that there's been marketing and conversations and banners waved, what possibly will a new strategy provide that we haven't already done?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, some of the things that we will be specifically looking at with this kind of continuation would be things we've identified some other projects that are kind of in the region that are the type of projects we'd like to see in downtown. So working with those developers to see, what do you see as a challenge or barrier here for the fort? Because we know we have these opportunities. So it will be very specific and targeted engagement there. We are looking at as well some ideas, for instance, for the commercial vacancy and things like that. We actually do have some ideas and programs we'd like to do a little bit more research into. And then regarding some of the promoting infill, we have some pretty specific ideas for how we can do a better job of promoting those opportunities within downtown. So I would say it is, we're continuing the work that's already started in downtown. It's just very specific towards, like our general manager said, kind of heads in beds and shovels in the ground.
But it sounds to me from your description that you've already identified lots of opportunity or potential. So rather than develop a strategy, because I think you already have one, why not just get out and start doing something? In other words, revisit the tax incentive program. Come to council and say, it's working or it's not working. Let's take it another step for a 2-year or 3-year period. Something like that. Some actual action.
Yeah, through your worship, if I could weigh in here, I do believe that's our intent, and if I could go back in time, I would have used a different word than strategy. I do think we have a lot of information. We should probably spend a few months getting that information written down, but I do think in this 2 years we are ready to hit the ground and start talking.
If I may, Mayor Catcher, then because it's flagged, could you maybe flesh that out with a paragraph or two more clearly stating the intent for when it comes back to council?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to come back on kind of as a round 3 with this one. So I'm quite familiar with the developers that are downtown, familiar with what's vacant and everything, familiar with what their circumstances are, as you are as well. So a strategy or even an action plan, my question really comes to knowing already, you know, what their holdups are. What more do you anticipate you're going to get out of $195,000?
Through your to your worship, having a dedicated individual to be working directly in the downtown with the developers and implementing these different strategies, I think is important for the overall success of some of what we're proposing.
Okay, I'll wait till it comes back and then I'll be able to get into the more debate on that. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. So that one is flagged. Just the one is flagged. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. The next item that we have is Community and Protective Services, Culture and Recreation Services. Brad Babiuk. Oh.
I'll be going next.
Oh, okay. You guys changed the order? Oh. No, I have 5.1 is Culture and Rec.
Through your worship, when Mr. Eamon sent out the budget package, we said we would come back with Culture and Recreation at a further point.
Okay. Then we should have made a note on this. It made me look bad. Okay, we'll go with Protective Services, Corrine Rayner.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Corrine Rayner, and I'm the City's Director of Protective Services. You can find Protective Services budget information in Section 9 of the budget document. The policing service in our community is a collaborative effort where the RCMP and municipal enforcement work hand in hand to ensure the safety and well-being of the city's residents. Community safety and well-being are at the core of the programs that we deliver. The city contracts a total of 33 RCMP officers to provide policing services in the community. These resources are split between general duty policing and response to calls for service, and our specialized RCMP policing units, such as the General Investigation Unit and the Traffic and Crime Reduction Unit. Municipal Enforcement Services has 9 community peace officers who balance education, engagement, and enforcement for bylaw and animal control in the city. These officers are supported by a team of 22 highly skilled police administrative staff and 1 protective services analyst. An extensive review of the programs we manage was conducted this year, and we have made some strategic changes to optimize our programs by reducing our total number of programs from 12 to 8. This review has simplified our program framework and has eliminated redundancy to some of the programs. An example of this is combining all of the RCMP specialized units into one program, as opposed to having a general investigation section, school resource officer, and those enhanced positions are just under one program. We've also taken the Protective Services Analyst program and combined that position into the actual programs that position supports. So those were some of the changes that we've made. We've done some minor reallocations to align better with our budget actuals within the priority-based budgeting. Protective Services has 8 programs that we deliver, and you can find these on page 9.3. A few examples are the General Duty Response to Calls for Service, RCMP Specialized Policing Units, municipal enforcement, and animal control. Traffic safety and Vision Zero are important priorities in the community, and we have 3 programs dedicated to traffic safety, helping us achieve our goal to reduce the frequency and severity of collisions on our roadways. The Protective Services 2024 base budget is set at $10.5 million, and our total operating revenue is just over $3.5 million, which is made up of fines and penalties, user fees and charges, and provincial policing grant funds. Protective Services overall base budget changes are an increase of $985,000 for the RCMP contract based on the RCMP's multi-year financial forecast. The city is seeing a significant increase to the RCMP contract due to the per member cost rate, less vacancies within the department. Some of the key drivers are an increase with an anticipated 3.5% pay increase, an increase to the budgeted working FTEs, and other inflationary costs that are included. The RCMP is looking to potentially add a regular member position for 2025. Inspector LaRocque and I will come to council in early 2024 if that resource request is going ahead and get the process started for the call-up of that officer. An additional $30,000 is being added to our 2024 budget for biological casework analysis. 4 years ago, the province began a chargeback to municipalities for lab work. We have managed to accommodate this expense within our budget, but it has now reached a point where we must allocate $30,000 for this purpose. This is a shared responsibility between the government, the policing service, and is charged back directly to the municipality. Protective Services doesn't have any changes to our service levels or new budget requests for 2024. Alongside of the RCMP's annual policing priorities, we have other business plan initiatives that we continue to work on. Our focus on Vision Zero activities and working with the Traffic Safety Working Group continues to be one of our priorities and initiatives to address all traffic safety concerns and implement any changes that are needed. We have accomplished one of our business plan goals by giving the option to pay a bylaw fine online on the city's website. The IT department made this change for us, and this has helped us modernize our processes and remove barriers to getting fines paid. A third goal that we were currently working on is bringing forward a new animal control bylaw for council's consideration in early 2024. Some of our focus programs that we are working on is commercial vehicle enforcement continues to be one of our focus programs. We have 2 officers that are certified CVSA Level 1 inspectors conducting those commercial vehicle inspections on our roadways. Municipal enforcement is a 2024 focus program to evaluate our records management system and file reporting that is completed by our officers. Officers need the capability to complete files while they are in their patrol vehicle, and with the help of our IT department, we have already made this change in creating this efficiency in officer time spent in the office. The Protective Services user fees and charges can be found on page 9.5. Our fees and charges consist of RCMP criminal record checks and fingerprinting fees, along with collision statements that lawyers and insurance companies request. Animal control fees consist of animal licensing and kenneling fees. Our department conducts an annual review of our service fees and charges for their relevance within our service levels. Other considerations are based on our fees and charges procedures, our pricing methodology, cost recovery, inflation, and our comparators. Protective Services user fees are partially tax supported with 100% of the direct costs covered by the user fee. The other indirect costs and capital are the portions that are tax supported. And lastly, we do look at our comparators in the region and always make those comparisons of where our fees and charges fit. A full review of the animal control fees and charges is being conducted alongside the research of the animal control bylaw. So we have not adjusted any of those fees this year except for inflation. Overall, we've only applied inflationary increases this year of 2.5% for 2024 to our fees and charges. That concludes my overview of the Protective Services budget, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. If I'm reading the chart, our programs we manage chart on page 9.3, if I'm reading it correctly, we're not allocating to personnel or to FTE any of the RCMP staff?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, the RCMP staff, those costs come under non-personnel costs. So that is the portion of the total RCMP contract that we allocate amongst those programs. The FTE portion are strictly the city municipal employees' time that is allocated amongst the programs. So, yeah, it comes under the non-personnel.
I gathered that. Thank you. Then I think the next logical question is, I know it's a contract, but it's a contract for people, and why wouldn't we maybe allocate those out to the FTEs so that we could see where the police, the RCMP tend to spend their time or allocate their resources?
We don't, sorry, your worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So through how priority-based budgeting works is we're splitting out our line items within our budget, and the total FTEs is not within that. So I don't, maybe someone else can help me out with that, but it's just a total contract amount that I'm working with to split out. We could possibly look at adding those FTEs in the future to show that how many bodies are allocated is something that we could possibly look at doing.
I don't know why we wouldn't, and I'll leave it at that. It's not a change we're going to make this year. Thank you. That's my question. Okay,
thank you. Councillor Harris?
Ms. Rayner, there's been some press of late from call it a traffic safety standpoint about the City of Montreal just recently banning right turns on red lights. Is that something that's come up within the context of our discussions around Vision Zero and traffic safety in general?
Your worship, through to Councillor Harris, it's not something that's come up in any of our conversations in the region. I do attend the Capital Region Intersection Safety Partnership meetings, and it's not something that has been brought to anybody's attention.
It's a pretty recent thing, but is this something that, I guess, within the context of this being your area of kind of focus, that maybe it needs to have some look at in a broader context, not just for the City of Fort Saskatchewan?
Are you asking something related to budget?
Well, yeah, I'm asking her in relation to how it fits into our Vision Zero program and ultimately the resources we allocate to that.
Your worship, through to Councillor Harris, so in the context of our collision analyst and the work that we do around Vision Zero and looking at the issues that we have within our municipality, it's not something that it's currently on our radar as far as our collisions happening because of right turn on red. So has not been a problem so far as collisions go.
Okay, so outside of the budget, that's something we'd have to bring up in a discussion from a Vision Zero standpoint, I would imagine.
Your worship, through to Councillor Harris, that's correct.
Okay, I'll park that for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
Hello, thanks for your presentation. I was looking, and you've got $2 million allocated for automatic traffic enforcement. I don't know, it seems kind of high, but I know people get fines. So are we back in full operation with new equipment now at all spots that we have the automated? And are we sure this is reasonable? I always think, why don't we underestimate? And I'd rather have a surplus than in the end, which is what happened this year, is we ended up being short on that calculation.
Your worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, the automated traffic enforcement is up and running as of September the 11th. So we are now collecting that data. And once we have a year's worth of data to make those adjustments within our budget, fine revenue can be quite difficult to forecast. And so once we have the program running full with the new equipment and an actual operator out in our mobile sites, then we will be able to do a little more accurate forecasting and budget adjustments to the actuals that we're seeing.
I get that. So, but you are saying 2 million isn't too high an estimate? Because I feel like maybe we'd be better off going a little lower just to be careful.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, it is a good idea to be more conservative when we are estimating our revenues.
So 2 million is conservative? Is that?
Sorry, Your Worship, through to Councillor Blizzard. It's what we've based back in 2021 when we put that budget request forward. We did analysis of our previous fine revenues and what we were forecasting the new cameras to be producing, plus having that new operator out on the road doing it. So based on the information we had back then, that's where we set those numbers. So then it's always every year we do that analysis of what our actuals and what we're seeing, and we do those adjustments as we get that information.
Okay. I understand that. I still feel maybe this is something that should go into surplus funds or, our financial stabilization instead of as part of our budget. The other question I have is, so just to clarify, I guess we still have an SRO officer. We just now are lumping it under one budget, but we still have someone in the schools?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, that's correct. We have one SRO officer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Macon.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Corinne. My first question is on fees and charges. So the only fees and charges under your department are under animal and kennel costs?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Macon, note we also have criminal record checks, fingerprinting fees, and motor vehicle collision statements. There are 3 other charges.
But those ones don't fall under your department? They're just not within this. They're not in what I have.
Oh, Your Worship, through to Councillor Macon, I see that there is a page missing off of your document. There should be just 3 other charges that that we have as well.
Okay, well, I'm glad you said, because I was going back and forth. I'm going, I feel like I'm missing something.
There must have been an error. Sorry about that.
Okay, perfect. All right, so there's just 3 other ones, so it's not a whole page of fees that we can't see. Okay, and then my other question is, I just scroll back to the budget. Sorry, just got to find it. Under the programs we manage, commercial vehicle enforcement, we approved that a few years ago now, I think. I couldn't recall what we felt was going to be the cost recovery for that position. And I'm just wondering the total cost versus the program revenue, if that is what we anticipated or if we're not quite up to what we anticipated yet, if that makes sense, for cost recovery on that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Macon. So we did budget conservatively on the revenue for that position because we wanted to see it in there for a full year. We have had some staff turnover, so we've just got a new officer in there who is fully trained in commercial vehicle enforcement, and he started in July. So we're really seeing the revenue picking up in that area, and I'll be probably adjusting that program in 2024 or next budget.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to ask the question on animal control because you've increased the fees for everything. How many do you think we'll lose based on increasing it even $1 or $2 versus keeping it status quo? Because I thought our goal was to have people reunite it with their pets as opposed to making a bunch of money off them.
Your Worship, through to your Worship. I always do that. We just did a flat rate adjustment for inflation for so far this year, and we are doing a full review on animal licensing, and that is through the animal control bylaw, one of the things that we're looking at is that animal license fee, and our goal of trying to get people to get their animals licensed, and is our fee priced appropriately. So with the animal control bylaw coming, we may recommend an adjustment to the animal licensing based on our research that we're doing through the animal control bylaw. The goal is to have people license their pets, and so we want to have that priced appropriately so that people will get those licenses.
Okay, and I guess that's the question that I'm asking. Are they going to feel that that's appropriate? Because there seems to be an awful lot of pets just being let loose because they don't want to license them. They don't want them anymore.
Mm-hmm. So that is part of our research that we're doing to see if our animal control, it's something that we can look at not increasing if council felt that animal license one, no inflation to be put, we could leave it status quo instead of adding the inflation until our full review is complete.
Okay, and I'm not certain on that. I'm just wondering because there seems to be a lot of cats and dogs that are just in the community, and you see them on Facebook all the time and nobody's claiming them. So, okay, just something I'll think about. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. That was a subject I wanted to talk about too, but I'm going to take a completely different slant on it. I think if you want a pet in your house, it comes with an obligation. So I wonder why, now that the last time I believe this council, or at least when I was on council, talked about in a meaningful way licensing for fees for pets was about the time that we were contemplating building the animal shelter. And that's been in operation now for, I think, at least a couple of years, if not longer. So now that it's there, the costs under line 4, animal control, include the costs of the shelter, operating the shelter.
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, this is the operating costs for animal control. So no, it doesn't include the operating cost of the facility itself. That comes under Grant Schaefer's section. But these are the costs of our animal control bylaw officers and the equipment costs.
So it really then isn't, line 4 doesn't properly describe the costs associated with the program titled animal control, if in fact some of those costs are in a different department.
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, I'd have to check in with Ms. Andruko possibly about priority-based budgeting, and do they assign those costs?
Can you repeat the question?
Certainly. The costs of operating the animal shelter, are those costs allocated to line 4, the program called animal control, or are those costs allocated to perhaps Mr. Schaefer's department under facilities of some type?
The maintenance of the animal control.
You know what? You don't need to answer now. We can bring that back.
We can bring that back.
Yeah. Mayor Catcher, I'm going to ask council to flag animal control for further discussion. I don't know why.
Specifically which?
The program, animal control. Sorry?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, if I may, I'm going to be bringing back our animal control in early 2024 to a committee of the whole to have a wholesome discussion around our animal control program and the animal control bylaw. So we could maybe have those discussions at that time, looking at the operations of the animal control bylaw, if that fits better.
Then I have one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
Under animal control, do we have control for cats?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, we do have cats within our animal control bylaw, domesticated cats, yes.
How do we know if they're domesticated?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, so what we do is there is a license that people get for their cats, and we reunite those domesticated cats back to the pet owner. We post it on our animal control Facebook page, and if no owner comes forward, then those cats will go into the Edmonton Humane Society or another shelter if they are unclaimed or feral. Feral cats are not something that we typically will deal with. We just have nowhere for those feral cats to go, or if a shelter does not take them. We have a struggle with the feral cats, so we will only intake a domesticated cat into the animal control kennel and try to reunite it with its owner.
So feral cats, you either don't touch or you immediately turn them loose with a hug and a kiss?
We do our best to find a place if we happen to come across them. It's not something that we go out seek looking for them, but if they happen to come into our possession, then we do try. But there are not a lot of shelters that will take a feral cat from us. So then we are left with the difficulty of what to do with that cat.
It's not that difficult.
Okay.
Mayor Katcher, please. I'm going to agree that I'll withdraw my request to flag in anticipation of your report. I would sincerely ask that you bring forward in your report a method of handling feral cats. In my yard, I'm tired of seeing stuff dead. I really am. Thank you.
Okay. That looks like all the questions, so thank you. So we'll do one more and then we'll take a break. So Fire Services, Chief Martin.
Your Worship, well, Chief Martins is walking up. Just if I could close the loop on Councillor Macon's question in terms of criminal records check and report and statement fees. They are not missing from the budget pages. If you recall, with the fees and charges policy from Council, we delegated a number of administrative fees to the city manager, so those fees wouldn't show up within the budget document. They will show up in the fees and charges bylaw when it comes back to Council in December, but they do not show up on these.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Todd Martins, Fire Chief and the Director of Emergency Management. I'm here today to present the 2024 Fire Services Overview, which is located in Section 10 of your binder, or page 139 or 10-1, whichever you're using. Fire Services is dedicated to the safety of citizens in Fort Saskatchewan and provides a variety of emergency and non-emergency services. And we do this through a number of different programs and partnerships. Our department is currently made up of 27 FTEs and 24 casuals. The programs we manage can be found in Section 10 or on page 141 of your documents. The fire department delivers timely and quality service comprised of 8 programs: fire suppression, specialized rescue, motor vehicle collisions and extrication, medical first response, fire prevention, education, and enforcement, and mutual aid and partnerships, as well as emergency management and preparedness. And the last one that we have is training and certification. Council will notice a few changes from 2023 to 2024. This review involved evaluating expenditures, revenue, and as well as allocations to different programs. Some of these revisions have included the revenue, the expenses being reallocated from one program to another, or programs completely eliminated. An example of this would be the fire code enforcement and incident prevention / mitigation to fire prevention, education, and enforcement. It's a mouthful. We also have a name change from hazardous materials and specialized rescue, as well as motor vehicle collision and extrication. The last one that we added to the program was training and certification. As far as the base budget expenses, they can be found in your budget document on 302 or 22-18. The biggest changes Council will see from my budget for 2024 were made in 2023 of July of this year. The changes came from the Fire Service Master Plan and the recommendations that we came back to Council for were the 6 firefighter positions, the fire prevention officer, and the emergency management position, which, as I can say as of Sunday, that we are up and running with the 6 positions. The other biggest change that you will see for the 2024 budget was the collective agreement, again, which was ratified in July of this year. That agreement goes back to December 31st, 2021 and ends December 31st, 2024. But again, those are the biggest costs you'll see in my budget for 2024. Okay, department business plan. So a few key initiatives I'd just like to highlight. So we'll be reviewing and improving the fire safety program with the onboarding of the fire prevention officer. That position is currently posted, and we are reviewing, and when that is onboarded, then we will be looking at revamping the whole fire safety program and inspections. The other piece is reviewing collective bargaining agreement. I know we just signed that, but since that agreement does end in 2024, it gives us a year to review the current collective agreement, as well as work with our partners on what changes and others have made over the last couple of years as well. And the last one, we'll be working on the recommendations that were proposed to council through the Fire Service Master Plan Implementation Report, which came to council in June and had 13 recommendations, everything from service level discussions, 911 agreements. Again, there was 13 recommendations there. As far as the focus programs, we are working to develop the performance metrics, like I kind of just mentioned, as well as the level of service document that will come back to council for review and discussion through in early 2024. And the last one is the 911 agreement, so the call answering dispatch service agreement. We're working with our partners on including possibly alarm handling and the processing performance measuring in this agreement. So that again will be starting early 2024. Okay, budget requests. So I have one this year. Budget request 230057, fire station validation study. This can be found on section 10 or on page 143. With the city growth and geographic size and shape, population density, travel distance, as well increased call volumes to fire services, which for us to respond to emergencies within 10 minutes, 90% of the time to all calls across the city. The Fire Master Plan did bring forward recommendations and suggestions as well. There in this plan, there was to have a second fire station or implement variants for the houses and the residents that were outside of the 10-minute response. Since that plan came in place, we have done that. So we published a map and sent information to our developers on the houses that are outside the 10-minute response zone. Again, with the growth and the change in the community, the fire station may be required. In 2024, the fire station validation study will look and determine the scope of the project. So facility amenities, service levels, programs, and basically look to identify 3 considerations and options for council: an entry-level fire station, a fire station with a training facility, and then the third would be a multi-use facility with all 3 of those encompassing the training center, the station, as well as a emergency operations center that would be in the multi-use. The budgeted impact for 2024 is a one-time of $50,000, and this is to be funded from the Municipal Operating Projects Reserve. As far as the fees and charges can be found in section 10 or on page 147. Fire service reviews its fees and charges annually and adjusts accordingly. We undertook a comprehensive review and adjustments are made on cost recovery, inflation, our comparators, and existing markets, as well as public engagement. In 2024, we added 2 new user fees, or 2 additional fees to our fees and charges. The first one was for false alarms for residential. So basically, it's the same as our commercial false alarms. It just, with the detail and in-depth work with commercial buildings, we decided that to add the residential for residential alarms as well. And then the second one was for inspection of non-compliance, and this wasn't in the current fees and charges. So again, this is just basically, so when we come and do a first inspection, we have the ability to then fine if we need to moving forward on the second and third and the fourth inspection. So those are the 2 that you'll see for my department. We also added some language around just contractor fees and cost recovery at 100%. So things like fire investigations and vac trucks. And the other thing that we did was the removal of routine incidents, so the fender bender type of calls. So, and with that, I will take any questions.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Questions? Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is about the false alarm for residential. So that's a new thing. What exactly is the purpose? Is it to I guess my question is just in two phases. So, like, I using a lot of false alarms, right, from residential people. So, is the purpose to stop people from doing it and making sure they're more careful, or is it to make some revenue for your department?
Your worship, through to Councillor Abatoye. So it's a few things actually. We do have a quite high residential alarms. And I just don't know if TELUS is doing a great job of selling them. But that it's to educate when we go, as well as to bill for the nuisance alarms. We don't know if it's not a fire. Comes in, we treat every alarms as a fire. That's how we respond. We don't have any different information from dispatch. So when it comes in, that's how we treat it. And if we have to repeatedly go to the same address for lack of training or lack of education, then we have that possibility to bill.
Right. So like, about how many would you say you see in a year? Do you have that number?
Your worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, I don't off the top of my head for this year. I do not know. Last year's number, I think we were close to, between commercial and residential alarms, I think we were close to 200 calls.
200?
Yeah.
For commercial?
And residential.
And residential, okay,
Yep.
both. Okay. Yep. All right, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Couple questions. So my first one is the report refers to our current ECC is inadequate. And I was wondering if you could provide more color to that. In what ways is it inadequate?
Your worship, through to Councillor Macon. Yeah, so our current ECC is in the basement here. And when we say inadequate, it's when we activate an emergency operations center or emergency coordinator center, there's anywhere from 5 people at the littlest, but normally it's 30, 50 rotating through. So that room that we have it's the IT training room here. Only half this building has emergency backup power. So that's the other major piece, is to have a full operating facility if we should lose power. We are very close to our industry partners with a lot of the products they have on site. This would be the first thing to go. We want to go that way as far as the building as well, so that when we do activate, we're not in the way of the blast or a cloud or a plume or something like that. So those are just some of the high level things. Some other things are just technology, having the proper tools in the EOC to do the job, phone lines, just the standard things that we'd use through technology.
Okay. And then I assume that we don't need to have an ECC that's set up all the time just waiting for this to happen. It can be used for another purpose as long as it's there and available. Would that be accurate?
Your worship, through to Councillor Macon. That is a possibility that some municipalities have an EOC in a box. If it is set up, I have found through my experience you use it more. We also have the ability to partner with other agencies, our industry partners, to possibly look at what they might be looking at for an EOC. And if it is set up, then again, we have the ability to train in it, to utilize it often. And not only for our major incidents, but if we had a dedicated EOC, we'd be setting up for small events, festivals, just bringing in the train of lights, anything drawing over 1,000 people to our area, we should be activating to a certain level. So I think we'd use it a lot more if we actually had a designated place and things set up.
Okay, thanks. I'll come back again.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
I have a question about firework permits. How many of them get issued per year, maybe last year? Do you know a rough number?
Your worship, through to Councillor Nguyen, yes, 1.
Is that right? And because before I saw this in the budget, I thought these permits were $10-15 or something. They're $126. And you see residents lighting fireworks, Canada Day, New Year's Eve, random Friday nights. Have you thought about lowering this so that it seemed like it'd be a safety thing? And then we know about people that intend to shoot them off, and the fee isn't so high for a 5-minute show or whatever the backyard extravaganza is going to be.
Your worship, through Councillor Noyant. So that's a great question. That's something I need to work on, is the fireworks bylaw itself, a bylaw. We don't have nothing around really guidelines. We only really issue permits to people that have their pyrotechnics license, they have the insurance and the ability to actually set them off. That's why I say one, and it's normally for the one that we do at Canada Day. The backyard ones, they have no permits issued, so therefore that's why we would issue a fee for not having a permit. I don't approve those. Those are the backyard, don't have proper insurance. They light when they want, and again, it can go on. So we only really issue to people that have the proper paperwork to do so, and they can get that through us.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess it would be something to consider. I didn't know there were more levels involved with insurance and training and whatnot, but maybe something to consider. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. It's not a question. I'm just going to state a fact. I'm very apprehensive about hiring a consultant to tell us we need a new fire hall. My experience with the pool over the last year wasn't positive. So on that note, Mayor Catcher, I'm going to ask that we flag 230057 so that we can actually have a discussion on this item.
Okay, anybody object? Not seeing it, that'll be flagged.
And as warning on the discussion, some of the things I'll be asking about are our progress on determining how we fund a fire hall through an offsite levy or development levy going forward, Mr. Fleming or Fire Chief Martin, that types of things. And I wait for our discussion to come up. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So when you're talking about an EOC, you're talking about at the new fire halls where you'd like to see one?
Your worship, that is correct. So through the fire master plan, one of the recommendations was to have a permanent EOC, and they recommended that to be a multi-use. So, for example, a lot of the places have buildings that are not in the fire hall. And a lot of other fire departments actually have a building that's the second floor the EOC with a separate entrance, doesn't interfere with operations at all.
Okay, so I don't know how to get this into a question. So we've had an EOC at the James E. Graham. We had to put in a big generator there. We made this one an EOC. We put in a big generator here. And we were told that we're not supposed to have the EOC and the fire hall interacting at the same time if there's an emergency. So what has changed since then? Because we've always been told it should be off-site from where all your fire people are coming and going.
Your worship, so you're not wrong with that statement. I think in the fire world, there's about 50% that would agree yes and no. If you can, St. Albert, for example, they just built their new station and they did it on the top of the fourth station. When speaking with them, they wanted it there, and it's completely separate. Like I said, there's no access. There's a different area that the members that are coming into the EOC come. There's different parking. So if you can separate it, I think it is a good idea, just for what you could use that room for training as well. And that gives you another opportunity for courses. And you're not correct, by some other departments have it completely separate. So it's about a 50-50 split.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, we'll go on to round two. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. So just back to the false alarm subjects. This is very touchy for me. So the question is, because this is a new fee that we're introducing, and obviously we have offenders already. So if, for example, they had a false alarm now, would that be, do you count it as number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5? Like how do you plan to deal with that?
So your worship, through the Councillor Abatoye, So,
or would that be just number one? Well, I'll let you speak.
Yeah,
Sorry.
education. We want to educate. There is a lot of grace that our officers use when we do get to the residents. Again, normally it's the first visit is your free visit in that calendar year, and using the lens of realism, I guess. When they get there are a lot of not excuses, but there are a lot of people that do have challenges, and that's taken into consideration. So sometimes there is an extra one that is given based on the situation.
Okay. And I'm asking this because of personal experience. My husband and I were out of town this summer, and I had my brother visiting from out of the country, and he was cooking, and he didn't know what to do. He was actually he ran upstairs and told my father to go answer the firefighters. So that was a peculiar situation because I mean the homeowners were not at home; they're out of town and everything. So I agree with the charges, right? But I'm hoping that we're going to do it with grace, right? Because there'll be
Do you have a further
situation. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, going on to Councillor Macon.
Thank you. So I appreciate the clarification in your presentation that when if that study goes forward and we come back with those, that there will be options, and it's just not coming back with one option with training and ECC and everything all in one. My question is on the training portion and our ability to look at alternative solutions rather than the cost of building something there, or have we looked at the cost of building something that meets our needs versus the cost of, say, working with other departments to bring in firefighters to cover while we go out to do training? Because I'm assuming that it's a substantial cost to build training equipment and centers for a municipality. So I'm just wondering if if you think that there's any efficiencies that could be found by an arrangement like that. Because I know that the concern was that there wouldn't be coverage. Well, is it easier to work with other agencies and get coverage, or to build that cost to build training?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Macon, we have looked at that. Where we can partner, we're doing it. We ran 3 courses with Lamont. We go there, they come here. Strathcona County as well, we're running one this week where they're at our station. So we are doing it. The biggest challenge we have right now is we're using Spruce Grove's training center. So we take 2 fire trucks out of service, drive them there. We take anywhere from 12 to 15 staff there. And we do this for our mandatory competencies for live fire training annually. So it's a lot of resources and a lot of staff that leave the city. And I wouldn't say it's unprotected, but it does drain our resources. Mm-hmm. And so having, I think I spoke to it earlier this year, like a CCAN training center behind the fire station just gives us the ability to train weekly, daily, have things set up and in place. So it is actually easier to just go out back and train than it is to pay overtime, to arrange schedules, get coverage, and drive anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour.
So when that comes back then, with the option for that, is that information that you can provide, the cost that we've spent for coverage and the cost to go to training, so that we can see a comparison to what we would be saving by building that?
Yep. Your Worship, to Councillor May, that is what we would be looking at and through this study for sure. Yeah.
Okay. And I don't see anyone else on here. Can I have another
do you
question?
have another one?
I do, thank you. So then again on the ECC. So again, looking at other options rather than building it at the new center. Is there not space, say, at our existing fire hall? Because when I think of, resources and technology and like having the ECC in a different place than, say, where all of our offices are, and that technology already exists, like, is there, I guess, other spaces that it could be, rather than, like, because if you have a satellite fire hall and then kind of like the random ECC over there, whereas all these resources are already over here, I'm just wondering if the better fit is at, let's call it the main fire hall.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Macon. So we don't have any more space in our current hall to do that. It used to be the EOC, I think way back when. And now that has been broken into 2 different rooms. And with going with the new model and full time, we've made a lot of the changes as well as the renovations that are currently happening now upstairs for the dorms. So there isn't really any good space that we have that would accommodate what we would need if we had to activate at the current station.
And that wouldn't change if we were moving firefighters to a second fire hall?
No, because I think the hope would be that it'd be a separate than operations. Like it wouldn't be in the office. I don't know. Like I said again, the one we just toured, St. Albert's, the whole top floor was the EOC, and it wasn't in operation space at all.
Okay.
And it had breakout rooms. It had its own kitchen, and each section had their own rooms. And like I said, there was separate entrance, so the day-to-day staff never crossed.
Right. Okay.
Okay, that looks like all the questions. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess or 9 minutes. Everybody ate up a minute on me in last time. So 1:45 we'll come back. we are going to return from recess. And our next item is FCSS. Jennifer Hoyer presenting.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jennifer Hoyer. I'm the Director of Family and Community Support Services. I'm here to present an overview of the proposed 2024 budget for Family and Community Support Services, also known as FCSS. Please refer to Section 11 of your budget document. FCSS is fortunate to operate under an agreement between the municipality and the province. Through this agreement, the department provides preventative social services within the city of Fort Saskatchewan. FCSS has approximately 10 FTEs that offer programming that meets the most immediate needs of our residents by making it a priority to understand and respond to local social needs, issues, and gaps in services. The department fosters collaboration with social agencies and plays an active role in the community, providing access to primary prevention services that build resiliency and lead to a strong, healthy, and socially sustainable city. The Family and Community Support Services Department has 12 priority-based programs. A few of these programs include home support, youth support programs, counseling services, and senior support programs. Through these programs, it is our honor to be with residents through some of their most challenging times and to witness the lighter times as well. In the 2022-2023 school year, our youth outreach worker was able to complete over 800 sessions and support meetings in an effort to support healthy development for youth in our community. An additional program overseen by FCSS is community grants. I will bring information on community grants later in the agenda. The 2024 proposed FCSS budget reflects a continuation of current service levels. FCSS revenue includes the annual provincial grant, as well as fees for counseling, home support, and the community garden. In 2024, FCSS will continue work on the Community Social Response Framework that will be brought back to Council in April of 2024. In addition, FCSS will be focusing on community capacity building in the areas of board development, agency connectedness, and efficiency in frontline service. FCSS is responsible to set fees and charges for counseling, home support, and the community garden. FCSS user fees and charges are reviewed every 3 years. Due to the type of customers we support, we do not want to increase fees annually, as those who require our services often have incomes that tend to be static. FCSS fees fall under the authority of the city manager, and the next revision is scheduled for 2026. Thank you for your time, and I am pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions of Ms. Hoyer? Councillor Blizzard?
Hello, thanks for your presentation. I just have one question. So FCSS is a provincial mandate, right? Because
through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, yes.
So has support, I'm just looking going how much the city contributes versus how much we get, because I think somewhere in there it mentioned it's not very much from the province these days. Has that gone down over the years, or have we just as a city decided to up our side of it?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, we're at about a 50% match at the moment, and so that our city contribution has gone up over the years, absolutely, and the provincial contribution has gone up slightly for this next 3 years, but our city contributions have outweighed that.
Okay, it's a great program, so I'm glad we still have that.
Okay, you're good. Any additional questions? You mentioned you're going to bring up the grants to organizations later. Okay. Okay, you're good. Thank you. Next one we have is financial services. Jeremy Eamon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. Again, my name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer for the City. and I'm here to present the proposed 2024 operating budgets for financial and fiscal services. Information on these budgets is in section 12 of the budget document. Financial services is responsible for all aspects of the city's financial management and supports the organization through services such as financial accounting, reporting, budgeting, and long-term financial planning. We also serve residents and businesses through our billing collections and customer support for property taxes and utilities. Our department also manages fiscal services, which is responsible for corporate-wide programs such as property taxes, investments, financial reserves, and debt management. The finance team is located on the first floor of City Hall and comprises 15.5 FTEs, including full-time, part-time, and casual relief staff with both union and non-union representation. Within financial and fiscal services, we manage 19 unique programs, providing service delivery to the organization, residents, and businesses. The financial services proposed 2024 operating budget is located on page 12-3, along with the results of our comprehensive program review, accessible via the link provided. Programs in support of the organization include accounting services and treasury management, financial accounting and reporting, operating and capital budgets, and those which support residents and businesses include property taxes and property assessment. For 2024, the Utility Billing Services Program has been moved to the new Utilities and Sustainability Department. However, staff resources and processes will remain within financial services. For all financial services programs combined, we are proposing a $518,000 decrease to overall net costs with no changes to our service levels. The year-over-year change is largely due to movement of the Utility Billing Services Program, which reduced the overall budget by approximately $287,000. Other adjustments include a proposed increase to accounts receivable and property tax penalties revenue of $162,500. This change impacts both the property taxes and accounts receivable programs and is needed to more closely align budgeted revenues to actual based on a 5-year comparison. A 2024 operating budget request for a new part-time position totaling $43,800 with details to follow on the next slide, and other minor adjustments related to union cost of living increases and employer benefits. Regarding fiscal services, its proposed 2024 operating budget is located on page 12-4. On a combined basis for 2024, there is a proposed decrease of approximately $192,000 to net revenues within fiscal services. Notable items include the reserves transfer program includes an increase of approximately $1.4 million due to the proposed reserves contribution increase, which I'll be presenting as a budget request later on within the financial reserve section. Annual capital funding includes an increase of $465,000 due to operating impacts from the local road and neighborhood rehab projects, which is offset by reductions from removal of the fire station renovations and reallocating the annual roadway safety program from capital to operations within FF&E's roadway safety program. Additional tax revenue from property assessment growth of $799,000 has been included, but is offset by a reduction of approximately $1.2 million in property taxes due to the DCC debt retirement. Retirement of the DCC debt also impacts the debt management program with an offsetting $1.2 million reduction in debenture costs. The Salary and Wage Mitigation and Compensation Adjustments Program was renamed from Salary and Wage Mitigation as part of the comprehensive program review. It includes an operating budget request to adjust non-union compensation, which will be presented during People Services Departmental presentation. And lastly, a proposed increase to interest and investment income of $403,000 reflects higher average investment returns and investment balances projected for 2024. Financial Services has one operating budget request, 12-0272, Budget and Financial Planning Technician. Details can be found on page 12-5 in the budget document. The request is for a new 0.6 FTE position within Financial Services with an initial ongoing impact of $43,800 in 2024 and an additional $13,600 in 2025. The position is needed to provide dedicated ongoing support for the development of the city's operating and capital budgets, to help coordinate and produce the budget documents and presentations for Council's review and deliberation, assist with development and implementation of policies and procedures that are related to the annual budget process, and help coordinate other aspects of the budget and financial planning business unit with departments such as business plan development, data and variance analysis, etc. As the city departments have grown and the complexity of the budget documents have increased over time, there's a greater need for budget support from financial services. In the past, financial services has relied on casual relief staff to assist in these areas. However, the number of hours of casual relief staff dedicated to assisting with the budget process has steadily increased since 2015 and is now consistently over budget. And further, given the need for a higher skill level and the complexity of the job requirements, the use of casual relief staff to support this critical function is no longer viable. Financial services fees and charges consist of penalties on property tax arrears and overdue accounts receivable, along with fees for property tax certificates, copies of property assessment and tax notices, tax account statements, and returned items. Key factors considered in our review process for fees and charges include cost recovery, comparators, and existing market and inflation rates. For 2024, we are proposing changes to fees and charges, excluding the tax penalties, to reflect inflationary adjustments primarily due to increased labor costs relative to service delivery. In addition, we reviewed other municipalities' fees and charges to ensure ours were comparable with other markets. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump in. Can you take me back to where you started? So you're taking the utility billings out of finance. So are they not going to be produced here?
Directly to your worship, the program is just moved out of financial services to the utilities and sustainability department. So in that presentation, you will see where the utility billing program is presented. We're still doing the work essentially in financial services, but the program itself is being moved to the other department.
Okay, so then when you talk about that, the other one has a direct impact on utilities, correct?
That's
so
correct, yes.
Are they getting the revenue then for, well, I guess they're getting the revenue for everything.
Yes, to your worship. So that was a bit of an anomaly, I guess, is that when we created the new Utilities and Sustainability Department, we had utility billing in financial services. And so that is a direct cost that is associated with that whole utility rate model. So we felt it best to move that with the new department.
Okay, but your staff that are doing it are still at City Hall?
That's correct, yes. Yes.
We're very confused. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Eamon? Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor Catcher. We can't let that one just fall on the table. So the cost of preparing the utility billings, Jeremy, rest with what department?
The new Utilities and Sustainability Department.
So the people sit somewhere close to you, but their costs are allocated to the utility department.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, that's correct, yes.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. I think you answered my question, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. Increase in accounts receivable and property tax penalties revenue. Well, there is no revenue for having an account receivable. What you're referring to are the penalties on unpaid taxes.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you really hire a 0.6 accounting technician to help you do what you want to do?
To your worship, to Councillor Kelly, by rehire, you mean?
No, can you really hire?
Oh,
is it
really?
Possible,
Sorry.
Is it possible to hire? Let me rephrase that.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, yes, it is.
For 0.6?
Yes. And the reason it is a 0.6 is that because the help is particularly needed at certain times of the year. We don't need somebody that is going to be full-time, but particular times of the year we require them to be at full-time, but at other times of the year we may not. So it is a part-time position.
I guess that surprises me. I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Okay. And all the positions have been flagged. Everything will come back when it comes to the positions when we come back to those. Okay. Looks like you're off the hook. All right. So we'll move on to information technology. Trevor Harder presenting.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of Council. I'm Trevor Harder, Director of Information Technology. I'll be presenting the 2024 operating budget located in Section 13 of the budget document. There are 11 FTE in the IT department. We're located over here in the east wing of City Hall, which was previously the old City Hall. IT provides the effective management of technology to serve the city's needs. The department provides hardware and software support, training and data security, and works to develop innovative and sustainable technology solutions. You can turn to Section 13.3 for the programs we manage. Through the programs review this year, the IT department went from 6 programs to 4. We combined the end users system support and network infrastructure programs. We determined that support and equipment replacement at the desktop level or network level is all the same and therefore should be categorized under one program, IT infrastructure. In 2024, after reallocations of combining programs, this program has a proposed increase of $81,500. Next, we combined the IT consulting and project management and corporate application support programs. This newly formed program, Corporate Business Systems, now includes the software maintenance, licensing, and support of approximately 65 applications, along with the IT consulting and project management needs from internal departments as they relate directly to the software applications. The Corporate Business Systems program will see a proposed budget increase of $82,616, primarily from capital operating impacts and increase in software licensing due to growth. Within this program, the rollout of Microsoft Office 365 remains a priority as departments continue to recognize the benefits of cloud-based collaboration and meeting management tools. Another program that continues to gain momentum on a regular basis due to an increasing number of cybersecurity threats is our IT security program. The evolution of cybersecurity moves quickly, and we continue investing in the IT security program. The latest trend recently adding to the security chaos is artificial intelligence in every imaginable form, causing organizations to rethink their security strategies. In 2023, we added a managed response and detection solution to proactively eliminate potential cyber attacks before they access a network. This critical piece of the security puzzle is known as a SOC, Security Operations Center, and includes a 24/7 monitored environment. In 2024, we continue to build and enhance the IT security program with an additional $50,000. We started the program in 2019 with annual contributions continuing until 2026, at which time we'll be in a good position to continue our proactive approach in keeping the city secure. Another note of interest I would like to add is the Cyber Alberta Security Community of Interest Group that was formed this year by the Alberta Government's Technology and Innovation Ministry. This forum has grown to more than 220 members, Alberta-wide in a short time, and is led by the Alberta Government's CISO, Chief Information Security Officer. The purpose of this group is to share cybersecurity information and gain inside access to additional IT security expertise resources. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Councillor Harris, you're first.
Thanks, Trevor. Relative to IT security, have we costed what the net cost would be if we had a cyber breach? Whether it's a denial of service or ransomware or whatever the case may be. Or are we taking steps where we're not worried about that to the extent that we don't cost it, or we just have the steps and the procedures in place to make sure it doesn't happen?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, we don't have a cost of what it can vary from a few million to several millions depending what the breach is. However, we do have cybersecurity insurance, and with this recent Security Operations Center software, this managed system that we've implemented, we're heading in the right direction. Not to have to be so concerned about the higher the costs.
Okay, so the $50,000 a year for the next several years will ultimately, as you say, put us in as secure a position, I guess, as any organization can be.
To your worship, yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you for your presentation. How many cybersecurity analysts do we have on staff currently?
Through your worship, to Councillor Abatoy, how many cybersecurity specialists do we have on staff? We don't have any.
Nobody? So how are we dealing with cybersecurity issues then?
We use our contracted services through relationships with our vendors, and it's kind of done on the our network analyst and our manager of infrastructure have a piece in there as well, but they're not experts by any means when it comes to cybersecurity.
Okay. So do we, I mean, you talk about AI, and honestly, that thing scares me. And, you know, those types of concerns. So do we have adequate resources to protect the city if, I mean, just back to this, to the question, if there was an issue, are we, essentially what I'm asking is, do we have adequate resources to ensure that the city is protected? And I know that our services are not like the hospitals or those people that provide those types of sensitive services, but do we have adequate resources to protect the city for if there's any breach?
Through your worship, to Councillor Abatoy. No, that's a difficult question to answer because a cybersecurity threat, it's we're not going to be able to cover everything, and there's so much out there that we've got a security roadmap, and based on that, we're implementing strategies, but it's never going to be perfect. So if we get breached, a lot of people say it's not if, it's when we get breached. We at that point will know kind of how bad it is, and we're doing everything we can.
When we get to the bridge, right?
Sorry?
That's okay. It was just a comment, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. That looks like everything for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we'll move on to People Services. Bettina.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Bettina Ryan, and I am the Director of People Services.
Can you pull the mic a little closer?
Sure. With me today is Quinn Gillard, Health and Safety Advisor. Please refer to Section 14 of your budget document. The People Services Department, located on the second floor of City Hall, is made up of 8 FTE that support the organization in 6 program areas: payroll and benefits, classification and compensation, employee and labor relations, health and safety, recruitment and orientation, and corporate-wide training and development. The many programs and services that benefit citizens each day are impossible without people, engaged city staff that take pride in customer service and their community. The People Services Department supports the city's employees and encourages consistent employee engagement while supporting a strong organizational culture. The People Services Department houses recommended organization-wide compensation adjustments, and with council budget approval, any compensation changes approved are then allocated out to the department. This is in the fiscal services programs we manage under salaries, wages, mitigation, and compensation adjustments. Collective bargaining is concluded for both the QP Local 30 and the IAFF Local 5277 union. Corporate-wide training and development is one of our focus programs, along with employee and labor relations and recruitment and orientation. The People Services Department has 3 budget requests for 2024. The first request, number 12-0136, on page 14-5 of the budget document, is a request for $37,500 from the Health, Safety, and Wellness Reserve. Physical and cognitive demands analysis documents are often requested by the Workers' Compensation Board when a city employee requires medical advice for return to work strategies. They are also utilized when determining accommodations for employees who require modified work arrangements. Physical and cognitive demands analysis plays a crucial role in evaluating whether an injured employee can safely return to work and ensures that the employee is matched to a job that aligns with their current physical and cognitive condition. The second request, number 12-0166 on page 14-9, is a request for $317,697 for a compensation adjustment to implement a cost of living adjustment for non-union staff and council. The third request, number 12-0198 on page 14-13 of the budget document, is a request for $30,000 from the Health, Safety, and Wellness Reserve. Staff engagement surveys provide a high-level snapshot of what is going well and what can be improved in an organization. As staff are the city's most valuable asset, it is critical to hear from our employees in a manner that allows candid and honest feedback. The City of Fort Saskatchewan has conducted 3 staff engagement surveys, with the last one being completed in 2021. This staff engagement survey would be conducted in the spring of 2024. This concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I can ask the first question. So if you did a staff survey in 2021, give me some examples of some changes that were made to the benefit of the organization.
Okay.
What's return on investment?
Sure. To your worship, so some of the results of that staff engagement survey indicated areas that employees were most concerned about. One was communication. Another one was our benefits plan when it comes specifically to our employee assistance programs, psychological counseling, that type of thing. So some of the direct results is we did increase our communication when it comes to things happening within the city. The city manager, for example, is now doing weekly emails, which we've gotten a lot of really great feedback about. And when it comes to the benefits, we did increase our psychological benefit within our plan, and that was received very well by the employees.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
Sorry. Yeah, just a question in regards to the PDA, CDA. Is this driven by WCB claims at all, or is this kind of a due diligence, report that we're doing a sample of employees to gain more information in regards to like an analysis of the positions to report back to WCB? Can you just speak about it? I'm a little bit unfamiliar with it, is why.
Sure. Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, I'm going to ask Quinn Giller to join me and he can address that question for you.
Sure, thanks.
Good afternoon, through your councillor to Councillor Nguyen. So to answer your question, the PDAs and the CDAs are reactionary to the claims that we have had over the past several years, but it's also a preparatory tool as well. It can be used for planning out worksite hazards, identifying controls that need to be put into place to actually have prevention and mitigation rather than response. But when a worker does get injured on the job site, it allows us to have a faster response to medical questions and concerns to identify what needs to be done to allow the worker to return to work in a more expedited fashion.
All right, so are these going to be done specifically for those positions that have gone through claims, or is it's more broad than that as well, and we're going to be looking at a sample from these high-risk, high-level positions?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Noyan. It's actually, we're looking to a broader base.
Okay.
We did the initial one in 2018, and since then we've had a couple of position descriptions that have changed. Our big focus is on the high-risk positions. When we look at the physical demands analysis, we can look at fire department, protective services, we can look at roads, utilities and such. But we can also take a look at other occupations that are there in the city as well too. For the cognitive demands analysis, this is a new analysis that we are looking to do, and part of that is driven by coming out of COVID and the claims that we've seen with that. The cognitive demands analysis is more along the lines of the mental stresses and the psychological hazards that exist, and again, mitigation strategies to that. So while we're looking for a broader scope, it will still address the issues and claims that we have had already.
Right, and ultimately, will this be able to reduce premiums to WCB if we have this? Is that an asset that basically will gain?
Through your worship to Councillor Noyan, that's one of the primary reasons for this is to actually help reduce claim costs overall in time, so we can actually bring down our insurance claims for WCB and our insurance costs for that.
Good. Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for the presentation. So if someone is deemed that they can't go back to their job, do we try to have another position they could possibly go into if there's an opening? Or how do we handle that?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, yes, what we do is we look at what their current skill set is and then see within the organization if there's another fit for them within the department. So the goal is to get them back to work. Sometimes it's not necessarily the position they had held, but we do try to bring them back in another capacity.
Okay, that's good. And one more question. You mentioned 8 FTE and your page 3 there says 9. So is there one that was missed or did I read it wrong? It says 9.07.
I can answer that for you.
Oh.
In the health and safety program, there are other employees or positions allocated to that program that sit outside of people services.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I'm still trying to understand the PDA and CDA discussion. You referenced in your comments the PDA being perhaps relevant to the fire hall. I would have thought that to be a firefighter, you would have to meet a certain routinely meet physical fitness testing. So what happens, how would this apply to the fire hall? I would have honestly thought that they'd be geared up for this anyway, just because it's a fire hall.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So the physical demands required to be a firefighter are such, and they are a measurable set of requirements. What the PDA does is it actually breaks that down into finer detail. It's sort of an extension of the hazard assessment process. So the PDA will identify how much time is spent sitting, turning, twisting, pulling, pushing, lifting a certain amount of weights from floor to height, or vice versa. What it does is it takes all of those things that are required to be there and it gives it a broader detail. So when a worker is hired, to use a firefighter as an example, they're identified as saying these are the physical demands you need to be able to take, and here's the test you're going to take to meet that. But should that worker become injured, based on the type of injury they may have, whether it's an arm, a leg, or mental, and of course for that aspect is the CDA coverage, what we now look at is what is the worker now able to do? Because the job may say that you have to spend a certain amount of time standing or sitting or twisting, can the worker still do those activities? Can the worker still perform those tasks? If they can, to what extent can they do these things? And what it allows us to do is develop a more comprehensive return to work plan in conjunction with Workers' Compensation Board and Millard Health, and say we can get this worker back to work. Or as further to Councillor Blizzard's question earlier on, if their demands are such that they can no longer perform that task, what other jobs are available within the city within their limitations?
How have we survived to date without these? Because I'm failing to understand why we need it. I'll be truthful. So how have we survived to date without them?
So we did conduct some in 2018. The fire services was actually part of that the first time that we had done those. But with the changes to the fire department and different employees that have been coming on board, they need to be updated. I would say that for many of the positions we are using the ones that were created in 2018. And then we're actually seeing, I would think, almost on the cognitive side, where we're getting more claims in that regard. So that also brings up the opportunity to have the cognitive demands analysis done. Yeah, sorry, I'll just defer to Quinn.
Through your worship, Councillor Keller, to add on to that, how have we survived? We have, because we've been paying extra costs for the longer term claims, because we haven't been able to return people to work because the doctors can't make viable assessments of what the workers can and cannot do. We in the past, we have not provided doctors with the information necessary to say, here's what the worker's job is, how do we get them back to work? Workers have just stayed off work on lost time claims, and we've eaten the costs.
Okay, thank you. I don't know what to add. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Looks like all the questions for you, so thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to the next one, Communications Services, Jesse Bailey.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Your Worship, and good afternoon, Council. It's a pleasure being here today. My name is Jesse Bailey, and I'm the Director of Corporate Communications. I'll be taking you through the 2024 Corporate Communications Operating Budget, which is found in Section 15 of your budget document. Oops, thanks. All right, Corporate Communications manages and oversees all brand assets and is the voice of the city. We collaborate with every department to ensure residents, businesses, and various stakeholders like media are effectively informed and engaged. The department manages all aspects of internal and external communications, including the city website, staff intranet, various social media platforms, and any major marketing and advertising campaign. We ensure the city and its departments and facilities are positioned in a professional, coherent, and effective manner. Corporate Communications is a centralized department, and our 5 program areas are outlined on page 15-3 of your document. These include communications planning and consulting, public engagement and community relations, communication services, production and creative services, and finally, advertising and marketing. High level, our department has no significant changes to our operations or service levels, our base budget expenses, nor our revenue in 2024. However, we do have several major priorities we'll accomplish in the existing budget in the new year. First, we're in the process of finalizing our brand review, which encompasses a research summary and recommendations. Parts of the audit are already underway, and we plan to engage public and council in 2024, early 2024. I encourage you to get involved. Your voice is very important. Our aim is to present our findings to you by March or April. This effort ensures that our corporate, departmental, and internal brands are professional, resonate with our audiences, and that we're informed before taking any major next steps in our digital channels and advertising campaigns. Next, we're updating our corporate and economic development website, which you've already heard about economic development, along with several microsites and key landing pages. These updates will not only align with our brand recommendations, but also with digital best practices. This includes SEO, which is search engine optimization, Google Ads strategy, enhanced user experience and information architecture, and full mobile responsiveness. Our goal is to optimize our reach, especially for searches related to recruitment, investments, visitor engagement, and everyday community content. And finally, we're issuing a standard offered request to both local and non-local creative, marketing, and media firms. We will also increase our corporate design services. Our aim is to curate a pool of professionals, providing strategic and creative support across all departments as needed. In summary, our commitment to showcasing our city in its finest light, corporate communications is elevating brand standards citywide. We're expanding our expertise and support levels, ensuring excellence in branding, creative development, and communications, and more. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. I'm actually first on the list. So the question that I have, and it comes back to, I write it down. Seriously, I write it down. So economic development said that they wanted $15,000 for website design and $10,000 to keep it up. So will that be done through your department? Are you going to hire the people to ensure that it's done correctly, and so you'll be responsible for that?
Yeah, through your worship, we'll definitely support and we'll provide the expertise. There will be likely a digital strategist to come in and audit, and we want to do the corporate website and economic development's website at the same time. They do support each other. They even compete with each other on certain keywords as well. So we want to address all of that together.
Okay, so you will be a major player in that.
Yeah, and we've already started some of that work, and that's where Erin got her costs.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask, because I don't see it as an economic development. I see them as a customer of you as a corporate service, and that you as the communications would do that. So you're involved, but you're not leading the charge. Economic development is. Does that make sense? Is my question.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, it can make sense. There's a lot of ways to do it. This is just how it's been set up, and it was set up before I got here. So when corporate communications redid the entire city website, economic development wanted a bit of a standalone site so they could create their own content and create their own ad strategies. So that's why they are separate right now. And we're looking at whether or not that still makes sense today or if they should be put together.
Well, I would want to flag that because I really think we have to have a sober discussion as to whether it should be centered in economic development and whether it's a tool that makes sense for them. So from that standpoint, I'd like to at least touch base on that again to determine where it's best housed, because I think it should be best housed in your area.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, there's definitely benefits to both. We have to almost consider the user perspective, where they come, what site they prefer, if they want to be going to the corporate site and having all that other information that they could potentially get lost in, or have a dedicated site that's just strictly around economic development that they can focus in on. But again, there's a lot of different strategies. If we're really upping our Google ad strategy right now, which involves search. So if there's investors looking on Google for certain terms, where's the next place to, build my next franchise, etc. We want to make sure that we're getting in front of them, and that's the search strategy.
Okay, so we didn't flag the item 610075, and at the end of the day, the city manager has the right to put it wherever he wants if it's approved. So it's not up to council to direct which department it's going to go in.
Then how do we have a discussion about the best location to ensure that our communication, our corporate communication, is appropriately allocated in the right area to achieve the best outcomes?
And Mr. Fleming would have to answer that. These are his staff.
Well, so be it. But it's something that I think ultimately comes down to a cost, and I think that's ultimately our responsibility. I'm not arguing about it. Nope. I just want to make sure it's in the right bucket.
Yeah, through your worship, if it works for you, Councillor Harris, maybe we could take that as an information request and let us take it back and have a bit of a discussion in a little more detail on the process of how this is going to work and what the different roles will be. Then we'll provide that back to council, and you would always have an opportunity after the fact if you still wanted to discuss it.
And that would make me totally happy, as long as we have an opportunity to look at it from an overall corporate strategy standpoint, which ultimately we are responsible for as a council. So that was my first question, and I leave it with you, Mr. Fleming. Second question, we have one media outlet which seems to be disengaging in many regards. And what are we doing? What are you doing within a communication standpoint to ensure that the message is getting out? I know the mayor sends stuff to that media outlet, and God love them, they at least put the pictures in there. But what are we doing to ensure that we're getting the best media penetration that we possibly can? Who knows whether they're actually even watching today? I doubt it, but at least one of them might be watching. But what are we doing in that regard?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, we're doing a couple things. One, we're trying to build really strong relationships. So, you know, I'm a new director, so I have used that as an opportunity to get in front of them and just continue strong relationships. So I know that they're very understaffed is one of the biggest issues that they're having, and they've also went through a bit of a shuffle internally recently. So I know they're dealing with that, but they are very receptive whenever we help them with content. So that's another strategy that we're doing, is we're trying to inform them more of when there's news in the city and providing them the content that they need to easily put together the content.
Okay, so adjunct to that, so you feel you have adequate resources to take on that responsibility to ensure that there's an outward focus of our message and it's getting to the right place in the right time, whether it's local or whether it's regional or national, as the case may be, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I believe we have enough resources.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we've seen a bit of an improvement with the news releases because they just take them and pop them in. So I think that is helping. Okay, great. Thank you. That's all the questions we've got for you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, moving right along, Ledge Services, Andrew Kaiser.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Andrew Kaiser, and I am the Director of Legislative Services. You can find the Legislative Services content on, or in, rather, Section 16 of the Operating Budget document. Legislative Services is a department of 7 FTE, with 6.56 being allocated to our department programs, and the remaining 0.44 allocated to the Office Supplies Program under Fiscal Services. Our department is located on the 3rd floor of City Hall, and our team is responsible for 10 department programs and also supports aspects of the elected officials programs. Some of the department programs include council and council meeting support, legislative and legal support, insurance and risk management, contract administration, records management, as well as programs such as the city's Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act services, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, and the Assessment Review Board. Our department has no operational or service level changes anticipated for 2024, but within the Programs We Manage document on page 16-3 of the budget document, there are some programs I'll briefly touch on in this presentation. First, costs for the Insurance Administration and Risk Management program were down this year and will be even lower going into 2024. This follows our department conducting a review of the city's insurance coverages and securing better rates through a new insurance provider. The coverage with the new insurance provider will commence January 1st in 2024, which is a year ahead of our anticipated timeline for this project in our department business plan. Second, the Legislative and Legal Support Program experienced a variance from the approved 2023 budget, which is mainly due to a few key significant legal matters which were not eligible or processed through the city's insurance. The 2024 allocation for legislative and legal support is based on the spending of the program to date, but with some new insurance coverages coming in 2024, we hope to close out the year below the budgeted amount. Many of the same initiatives identified in our department business plan are still underway, as they are continuing in nature. But one focus program for the coming year is a comprehensive review of the organization's document templates, with a focus on compliance with relevant laws, policies, etc., as well as protecting the interests of the city and its taxpayers. The only departmental budget request for 2024 is the one-time allocation of funds from the Municipal Operating Project Reserve to conduct a municipal census. This allocation is done during the fall budget season so that the funds are available should Council choose to proceed with conducting a census no later than the end of February in the coming year. So again, just to clarify, the request in the operating budget for the census is to earmark the funds, but not an authorization to expend them. The decision to proceed with a census will be before council in the new year, so I'll be back to present that. Okay, then for fees and charges, nearly all of our department fees and charges are regulated by the province. The FOIP program has provincially established fee structures, which we mirror in our own fees and charges bylaw. The Assessment Review Board also has provincially established maximums, and amendments are proposed to the fees and charges bylaw to change those fees and align them with those provincial rates. The last legislative services program with fees is the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, or SDAB. The SDAB does not have provincially established rates, and our rates have been determined by weighing factors such as the legislated right to appeal granted to applicants or affected parties by the Municipal Government Act, the benefit received by the individual or the community, and then comparable fees within our own organization or the region. Changes have been proposed to the SDAB fees to more closely align with the benefits received and costing data principles contained in the council-approved user fees and charges policy. And that is it for me. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, given that the city's insurance is changing over, is that the change in that fee reflected for 2024 in this document? It is? Okay.
Yeah, that's right. The budget allocation for 2024 would be the new premiums for that year.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
The city manager touched on the census earlier in this presentation. He indicated we don't know whether or not the province will accept the results of our census, and they haven't in the past for whatever reason. But can you provide us with a good indicator? I believe that undertaking the census makes a lot of sense. I'm not arguing about that. But do we understand what the problem is the province has with a municipal census as opposed to the federal census, which we know is less efficient in most regards?
Sure, thank you for the question. So through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, I'm not so sure that the provincial government had a problem with municipal census data, but they just suspended the MSI funding based on municipal census data. Maybe it was because of the federal census that was conducted in 2021, but they suspended funding based on municipal census data. We made the decision, council made the decision to proceed with a municipal census despite not having that provincial funding based on the census results, just because we thought it was important enough for municipal planning purposes, as well as other municipalities did the same. But the province did announce that in coming years, starting in 2024, the LGFF, Local Government Fiscal Framework, will base funding on municipal census results. We don't have exact formula data yet on that, but we are hoping to conduct a census based on that almost provincial promise that they're going to acknowledge those 2024 census numbers for funding, similar to years past.
So the purpose of a census is twofold. It's to do a head count for per capita calculations for grant purposes is what you're talking about. And also we're gathering specific demographic information we use from a planning purpose?
Yes, that's right. So through Your Worship to Councillor Harris, we determine internally what census questions are of value given that year. So we meet, Legislative Services meets with various city departments to determine what's important for municipal planning purposes, whether that be languages spoken in the home, so we can make sure we're serving those populations that need us. The type of dwelling that people reside in, so we have an understanding of a snapshot of what types of dwellings we have, and even vehicle counts, so we have sufficient parking, things like that.
So just one last quick question. So what sort of uptake do we have on that? So a lot of people are concerned about privacy and whatnot. Are we getting pushback when we do that, or is there pretty good acceptance of when we have an enumerator, however we do it now? Do we get good response?
Sure. So through Your Worship to Councillor Harris, we have excellent response rates through the census. Just through the online portal alone, before we even sent enumerators out to start door knocking, it was at about 68% of dwellings had responded. Once the enumerators go out, I can't recall the exact dates and what percentages we achieved by those dates, but we were in the high 80s absolutely before we started doing the professional pestering phone calls to get responses.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Hello, thanks for the presentation. I see that you mentioned that the SDAB fees residentials jumped to 150, and that's actual cost. And I can't remember, but is it still, if you win the appeal, you get money back? Because, you know, you'd hate to deter someone from possibly a right argument.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard. So I'll just make a little correction in that some of these increases were based off of the costing data principle. These do not achieve cost recovery.
No, you're right. I know that.
And the refund of an appeal fee applies for assessment review board, but to my knowledge, we haven't done that before for SDAB. So successful appellants, they would pay the same fee at the outset, and then it's not refunded. It's just the cost of going through the process, essentially.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I've got one question. So at our last census, it's my understanding we had about 75 homes that refused to respond. So we didn't include them in our numbers, even though we knew that there's people in the homes. So when we do the 2024, if there's anybody who refuses to respond, are we going to do an average?
So to you, your worship, previously, based on the 2019 census manual, which was the most recent at the time we conducted the census, so at Municipal Affairs Direction, we conducted it in accordance with that. You report the statistics of non-responsive households as a count in itself. But with the new regulation in 2022 that's going to be applied going forward, there's a new worksheet or formula that the province mandates for calculating shadow populations. So you aren't just kind of picking numbers out of thin air, so to speak, or saying, let's look at the tax roll. The province mandates a formula to be applied to those non-responsive households.
Okay, so we would get them counted then this time.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Great. That looks like it for you. All right, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Dance will do senior leadership and elected officials. Pardon? We're not going to get finished today. We're missing community services. It's okay. So who's presenting here? You've got...
Me.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is John Dance. I'm the General Manager of Corporate Services. With me is Clayton Northey, who will help me respond to some of the questions about the budget requests that are housed within the Senior Leadership Department. So from an introductions perspective, Senior Leadership is made up of Troy, the City Manager, the 3 General Managers, and a shared admin support. We have 9 program areas, 9 program areas for organizational oversight and leadership, council support, and project management, sponsorship, and support. From an adjustment perspective, most of the changes within the program areas were just simply due to allocation of time. There was a number of allocations out of the senior leadership into departments, just as they had been holding patterns within senior leadership, and they've been moved out into other departments with the comprehensive program review. From a focus program perspective, the key initiatives we are undertaking are obviously asset management, advocacy, and a heightened focus on technology, primarily in 365, Teams, and SharePoint. We have 2 budget requests that are housed within senior leadership, the asset management technician, and that's a 2-year temporary position. Council saw the update on October at the committee of the whole from Stuart and from Clayton. I think probably my key takeaway was that we are at about 70% of assets, TCA assets in the software, and the 30% remaining are going to be much harder. And having some technical support for Stewart is important to get those 55,000 TCAs into the system. The second budget request that's housed within the leadership team is Alberta's Industrial Heartland Process Water, municipal controlled corporation. Of note is that this item will be brought to council in camera on Monday morning at 9 o'clock for some updates on that particular project. I will just keep going as well with elected officials, and then we can stop for questions. So elected officials, council program areas, and budget is in section 18. 4 program areas for council. The main financial change was just simply related to compensation adjustments from 2023. No fees and charges, no budget requests. So we are here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. So I don't have a question, but, and I know you just said we're going to discuss it on Monday in camera, but I would like to flag that one so that we make sure we do come back to it after. Anybody have any problems with that? That's a Heartland one.
Which one is that?
The Heartland Process Water Corporation. 12-02181. Okay. Other than that, I'm not seeing anybody for questions. Okay. Now I see we did have some more individuals show up, so do you want to continue? I didn't think they were here.
It's up to council. We've been here since 9 o'clock, so we're going on just about 6 hours. What we have left, just for perspective on Monday, is we have community grants, utilities, reserves, and then we will circle back to recreation and culture that we didn't get to. So we do have, it looks like, the utilities team en masse here, if council wanted to continue.
Yeah, I'm thinking we can bring community grants back because we have seen that. So we could actually, I'd probably prefer to do utilities and sustainability first. And then that way, if we've got any questions regarding that, we can make sure that those are flagged so that you can get the answers for those. And we'll see where we stand after that. Okay? All right. We're going to move on to number 9, utilities and sustainability. And then we can decide after theirs how long it takes, whether we do 8 or 10. We may just break after that and then do those ones on the next day. We already did. He just did. Okay, moving right along. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Sadie Miller, Utilities and Sustainability Director, and I am presenting the 2024 Utilities and Sustainability Operating Budget, which can be found on page 20-1 of your budget document. Joining me today is our Utilities Manager, Brad McDonald. The Utilities and Sustainability Department oversees programs that protect the safety and well-being of our community and environments. This includes service and maintenance activities related to water, sewer, and waste programs, as well as environmental stewardship and climate change readiness initiatives. We currently manage a total of 18 programs, examples of which include water distribution systems, bulk water station, sanitary sewer collection system, as well as programs related to the transfer and eco station and residential waste collection. Utilities and Sustainability is a new department that was created in July 2023. The department has just over 26 FTEs allocated to utility programs, with operational staff working from the James E. Graham Public Works site and the utility billing staff located in City Hall. Creation of new sustainability-focused programs is expected to begin in 2024. On page 20-13, you will find a list of programs that fall under the Utilities and Sustainability Department. The 2024 proposed budget for utility programs is $23.1 million. Within utilities, the revenues equal the expenses and are primarily generated through monthly utility rates, with additional revenue coming from user fees and charges, fines, and grants. In 2023, a comprehensive review of all utilities and sustainability program allocations took place. Grant-funded recycling programs was combined with EcoStation drop-off and disposal, and the utility billing services program was moved over from the Financial Services Department. These changes are reflected in notes 17 and 19 of your document. Cost and FTE allocations were adjusted to include 2 additional positions, the new Director of Utilities and Sustainability, as well as the Sustainability Manager, which is request 12-0238 in your budget package. Several adjustments have been made in the 2024 budget for utilities. We anticipate a 12-cent per cubic meter reduction in the water purchase rate as a result of the Water Commission revising their capital budget plans, bringing the rate to $1.61 per cubic meter. An increase of 5 cents per cubic meter from EPCOR is anticipated, as well as additional $67,100 for growth. The net decrease to the water budget is $123,300. As is customary each year, this is a projected rate based on the most current information available to administration. The 2024 rate will be finalized at the Water Commission's November 27th board meeting. Any change to the rate following November 27th will be reflected in the budget documents provided for council consideration at the December 12th regular council meeting. Savings of over $490,000 are also reflected in the budget due to a new solid waste contract for curbside residential collection. The cost reductions from both the Water Commission rate as well as the solid waste contract will be transferred into reserves to move us closer to the optimal reserve balance. This strategy will better position us to fund future projects while minimizing the impact to utility ratepayers. A sewer cost increase of 23 cents per cubic meter, or 15.3%, has been budgeted based on information provided by Arrow Utilities, previously known as the Alberta Capital Region Wastewater Commission. This reflects an increase of $872,000 to the sewer budget. The expected cost increase is funding plant upgrades that will increase system capacity and support industrial water needs. As was the case with the water rate, Arrow Utilities is expected to finalize their 2024 rates on November 24th, 2023. One key initiative I wanted to bring to Council's attention from our department business plan is the implementation of the province's Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR, program. Administration has registered the City of Fort Saskatchewan for this program, which at this stage signals our intent to work with producers and invites them to prepare servicing and financial plans for our consideration. It's expected that the impacts of this EPR program on Fort Saskatchewan will be known in 2024, with cost adjustments anticipated in 2025. Council will be kept informed throughout this process. The Utilities and Sustainability Department is presenting 3 budget requests for council consideration. Request number 12-0238, the Manager of Sustainability, can be found on page 20-17 of your budget document. $112,275 is being requested in 2024 to fund this position, with an additional $38,195 being added in 2025. I'd like to point out that there is a typo in the financial information section on page 20-20 of this request. The 2024 cost of the position is $112,275, not that $122,000 that's mentioned. The cost of this position will be split equally between tax revenue and utility rates. In 2023, Council passed a motion to defer the Manager of Sustainability position request to the 2024 budget. This was intended to allow time for the new Department of Utilities and Sustainability to be created. The department was formally created this past summer, and the city is now in a position to expand its sustainability efforts. In the 2023 to 2026 strategic plan, Council included environmental stewardship and climate change readiness as goals for Fort Saskatchewan. This goal aligns with that of our industry partners who are investing billions and adopting innovative technologies as leaders in the energy transition. Industry has long recognized that adaptation is necessary for survival. To help achieve our goals and keep step with our industry partners, administration recommends investing in our sustainability portfolio by approving a dedicated resource that can implement measurable and meaningful sustainability projects. The Manager of Sustainability will be tasked with creating, implementing, and monitoring programs that fall within 3 focus areas: climate change readiness, reducing internal usage and emissions, and community-based initiatives. Among the priorities for this position will be assessing current and future needs related to climate change adaptation so the city can be informed and prepared for probable future scenarios. Work may also focus on priority strategic initiatives that have already been identified, including a detailed review of fuel alternatives for the city's fleet, assessments and conservation plans related to water and energy usage, and implementation of the Alberta government's Extended Producer Responsibility Program. The Manager of Sustainability will prioritize meaningful projects that qualify for funding. Our second budget request is request number 43-0021, the Transfer Station Laborer 2, which can be found on page 20-23 in your budget document. This request increases a current temporary Laborer 1 position to a permanent full-time Laborer 2. The cost to make this staffing change is $44,300 ongoing, which will be covered through the Transfer and EcoStation user fees and charges. The additional 0.5 FTE will help alleviate reoccurring recruitment challenges associated with the current temporary Laborer 1 position and will help ensure that the new Transfer and EcoStation site can be maintained and properly staffed year-round. The larger paved site offers users a clean and safe space to dispose of various garbage, recyclable, and organic materials, and the staff that work on this site directly contribute to the site's success and our users' experience. This position will be responsible for maintaining the site, whether that be removing contaminants from recycling bins, collecting and properly disposing of litter, or assisting users. This position will also be responsible for assisting with the delivery, repair, and maintenance of our green and black residential waste carts, ensuring that cart-related service requests continue to be addressed in a timely manner. Lastly, request number 43-0022, a waste audit, can be found on page 20-27 in your budget document. This one-time ask for $30,000 includes consultant fees for planning, overseeing, and reporting on the audit, as well as staff from the Recycling Council of Alberta to physically sort the waste. As shown on the graph on page 20-28, Fort Saskatchewan drastically reduced its waste going to landfill during the first 2 years of the Fort Sask Waste program. Throughout the pandemic, purchasing and sorting habits have changed. The results from this audit will help create effective and targeted communications to our residents who may be struggling with the program. The audit results will also help us establish realistic diversion targets and ensure we have accurate, comparable statistics with other communities in the region. The last comprehensive waste audit was completed in 2018, and it is recommended that a comprehensive audit be completed every 3 years moving forward. Please refer to page 20-31 of your budget document for details on the fees and charges for utilities. In response to the updated fees and charges procedure for utilities, fees and charges for specific services were adjusted this year to better reflect the true cost of providing that service. Increases have been applied to cover direct and indirect expenses, including overhead costs of the directors, managers, and supervisors that oversee these programs. Direct costs were also updated to ensure accuracy in terms of equipment usage and labor associated with specific fees and charges. Water, sewer, and waste rates are determined through the utility model, which integrates detailed information on costs, revenues, accounts, volumes, and growth formulas. The model calculates fixed and variable rates to achieve full cost recovery. Some notable changes for this year's utility fees and charges include a cost increase for the collection and disposal of a second black garbage cart. The new rate for 2024 will be $14.50, which is year one of a 3-year plan to achieve cost recovery. The full cost recovery for this service has been calculated at $17.20 per month. The transfer station scale fee has increased from 16 cents per kilogram to 21 cents per kilogram, and the fee for disconnection and reconnection of water has decreased from $85 to $82. I'll now provide you with a summary of the proposed 2024 utility rates, starting with water. This slide shows the change in the water rates compared to 2023. The fixed rate goes from $7.64 to $8.64, which is a $1 increase. This increase is a phased strategy over several years to provide stable revenues for future infrastructure replacement. In 2024, the fixed rate coverage for infrastructure replacement will be at 67%. The fixed rate will be gradually increased over time until it covers 100% of infrastructure replacement costs. The variable or consumption rate for water has increased by 5 cents to $2.93 per cubic meter, which is the anticipated EPCOR rate increase. This slide shows the sewer rates for 2024. Like the water rates, we have increased the fixed rate by $1 to $7.60. Our variable or consumption rate has increased 17 cents to $2.81 per cubic meter due to the Sewer Commission's proposed rate increase. For curbside waste services or households that subscribe to our CART program, the 2024 fee is $28.25, which is the same rate as 2023. The front load or multi-unit service rate also remains the same at $16.95. This table shows the impact of the new rates on an average utility bill. For the purposes of this projection, we assume a water consumption of 14 cubic meters. The impact of the average monthly utility bill is an increase of $5.05 or 4.22% overall. And that concludes my overview presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I think there's going to be lots of questions on this one. Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. You referenced the 15% increase that we received notice of from, I guess it's now Aero Utilities. Has administration had the opportunity to discuss this increase with the administration of Aero? And really what I'm after is assurance that in fact it's to replace sewage infrastructure or maintain sewage infrastructure as opposed to a new business venture or arm or endeavor of Aero Utilities.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we've received some very high-level information that basically I have included in my presentation is to fund upgrades to the facility and meet some industry demands. We and other municipalities have reached out to administration of the commission, and they indicated that they weren't available for meetings until the new year.
That's convenient. When do they propose their new rates take effect?
Through your worship, I believe January 1st.
But they're not prepared to talk about them? Is that what you're telling me?
To my knowledge, that is the information that administration has received.
Janelle, do you have?
Through your worship, yes. The commission has advised that conversations with administration or specific councils would be delayed until the new year.
I don't suppose the city has any recourse to the rate schedule as presented by Aero.
Through your worship, I would agree with that. We are limited in our options.
If I may, Mayor Catcher, when and how, if you have any idea, Janelle, would you suggest that council, if in fact we have a concern, share that concern with Arrow?
Mr. Fleming, maybe?
Through your worship, I think there are, council could do a simple communication directly to the commission administration and board. Councillor Harris is obviously a representative on Arrow Utilities, so we could also ask him to take a messaging back. I'd say those are probably the two most immediate ways that I can think of.
I find it of great concern that Arrow Utilities, without any reasonable, in my mind, or appropriate explanation, can remove by increased fees $800,000 per annum from this community. I would like this council to consider a strongly worded message, and I'll be quiet for now, and I'll come back to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm next on the list. So I guess the questions that I have, and the first one does relate to the sewer. So they want to increase the rate, but we've talked about it on how many occasions that really for the summer when people are using water, it's not going down the sewer, and we're actually paying for something that we're not actually going and having processed. Has there been any conversation with them on that?
Your worship, I might bring Brad McDonald up. He has some history on this discussion.
Good day, Council and Mayor. To your worship, administration has, in an informal manner, discussed the concept of a seasonal reduction with the executive director of the Arrow Utilities. And the response was essentially that if the board was interested, it is something that they would consider if there was direction from the board. It would ultimately just redistribute how that same cost is paid. So they still have to recover the same total dollar value within the year. So if the volume of water that they were recovering the cost over through the summer was reduced, essentially your unit cost would increase. And what it may do is those residents who use more water through the winter will then pay for what is actually going down the drain, as opposed to philosophically the people who are watering their lawns subsidizing those people. And that's kind of where the issue is. It's that philosophical, is the irrigating your water subsidizing people using the sewer. But ultimately you still have to recover the same dollar costs, so your unit rate would simply increase.
But I guess that goes to those who wish to irrigate their lawns. Why should they subsidize people who use more water throughout the winter?
Yeah, and that becomes a philosophical issue that the board and the council would have to agree on. Okay.
The other question that I have, did you say the second bin for black, the cost recovery is $17.20?
Your worship, that is correct. That's what we have calculated as the full cost recovery.
So why aren't we just implementing that?
It's just a drastic increase from what's been charged in 2023. So we did propose a phased approach, but we can certainly pivot and charge the $17.20 if that's what council wishes.
Well, I only asked that question because once again, I have one bin, so I'm questioning why should we that have one bin subsidize those who choose to have two? So that's my question, and so that may come up later. All right, I've got Councillor Blizzard, and then I'll be back to you. Go ahead, Councillor Blizzard.
Hello, thanks for the presentation. Do we get financials from Arrow Utility? Because I think, a 15% increase, they should be justifying that.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, we don't have details on the administration side, but I do expect to get them in the new year when we have the opportunity to have the discussion.
Yeah, very important. The other question I had was, I'm just looking here, and you have fees for mattresses. So when we bring them, and then there's an extra fee. Number one, that's a large fee. So is the second one an environmental fee that we have to charge? Why are they separated out? Why wouldn't we just have a separate category for mattresses?
Through your worship, so with the new site, we were provided an opportunity to separate our mattresses and therefore recycle them. So that $15 per mattress fee is a flow-through cost from the recycling facility. Previously, we were just landfilling the mattresses, so it was just by tonnage, but we were taking up a lot of space and losing some efficiency in hauling. But now we have a dedicated mattress bin that goes directly to the recycling facility, so that $15 charge that the city gets per mattress is just flowing through to the users that bring those in.
Well, I'm just looking at your fees. So it says, first of all, the fee for let's just take a queen mattress because that's probably pretty common, is $29. No, $22. And then there's a mattress recycle surcharge. So if I'm bringing in one queen mattress, not even the box spring, it's over $40 charge.
Through your worship, sorry, I misunderstood. So that $29 charge that you're reading is the weight base or the volume based fees. We actually go by a weight based fee now. So an average mattress by weight costs around $3, $4. So it would be $15 plus the weight of that mattress.
So I'm not paying. Maybe then I'm misunderstanding what you're reading.
That's
so under the transfer station.
No, you are reading it correctly. We kept the volume-based fees in the event that the scale failed and we had to revert back to that method of payment.
Okay, so then if I get charged $15, I'm still paying on top of that another $19.25?
No, though the per mattress fee, $15, was strictly related to the implementation of the scale, and that $15 would not be charged if we were reverting back to the volume-based fees.
So if I bring in a queen mattress, it'll be roughly $15.
It would be the weight of the mattress plus $15. So a queen mattress, about $4 on average is what we're seeing. So it would cost the $15 plus $4.
Okay, it's very confusing here then on the scales, but I guess most don't see that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. I share significant concerns as well about the Arrow's proposed utility rate increase. My question just has to do about the manager of sustainability position. Can you just walk me through what the org chart looks like in this department again? So we have director, then there's manager of utilities and manager of sustainability. Is that correct? And then is that it for management positions?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. So there's two branches in our department. So there's the Director of Utilities and Sustainability, and then there's the Manager of Utility Operations who oversees all of our utility operators. On the second branch would be the Manager of Sustainability, and with that would be our Waste Program Supervisor, and under the Waste Program Supervisor is our Transfer and Eco Station staff.
Okay, perfect. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
I think you touched on it. I wanted to come back to the budget request for the manager's sustainability as well. This is a brand new position, correct?
That is correct.
I'll be honest with you, I don't imagine that there's a lot at this particular juncture that could be done to make our city more environmentally conscious or prepared. So help me understand that. You mentioned fuel alternatives. There are none. Okay, so unless I'm missing something again, so help me understand what it is this person's going to do for the budget to make us more environmentally responsive and aware and prepared.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, Obviously, the sustainability umbrella is quite vast, and we hear about a lot of the, little day-to-day initiatives that municipalities pursue and champion. I think I'll focus on one area, which is climate change readiness, because it's in our strategic plan. There's two elements, I guess, of climate change readiness. You have the climate change mitigation piece, which is how can we reduce our emissions? How can we get to net zero? Things like that. That is a conversation happening in a lot of municipalities if you choose to go that direction. The other lens is the climate change adaptation. And I think, in my opinion, that is of more value. And it's not a short-term game. It's really, you're looking long-term. Like, what does our community look like in 2050? And how can we start planning now to address these changes and those concerns? I'll throw a stat out there, and I do need to read this report before I can dig into it, but the City of Calgary actually just updated their climate change adaptation plan, and they quoted that for every $1 spent on adaptation initiatives will be a $6 return on investment over the next 30 years. So that is kind of what the City of Calgary has based their adaptation strategies on, because we are seeing extreme weather events. We're going to be seeing increased freezing rain. We have more wildfires, extreme heat, drought conditions, things like that. And the conversation is, how can municipalities look at where we are now, where we're going to be, and what can we do over the next 10, 20, 30 years to start addressing these problems so we can be proactive and not reactive.
I want to flag this, Mayor Catcher.
All the positions are flagged. That was the first flag.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your comments. I think the City of Calgary is stringing somebody a line, period. I really do. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm next on the speaking order. I would also like to flag the waste audit if nobody has any objections to that. I've been part of the waste audits before, and I seriously don't know if it really gives you value. So it's a comment as opposed to a question. The other thing that I have, so when you talk about fixed rates, because everybody seems to be going with that for everything. So where's the end goal on water and sewer for fixed rates? So you up at $1, you up at $1, so that's $2. People aren't getting big pay increases. So what's the ultimate goal?
Your Worship, the ultimate goal is to have 100% of our infrastructure replacement costs covered through the fixed rate, so that it changes. From my understanding, I'm going to loop finance into this, but my understanding is it changes based on our asset inventory. The more we build, the more we need to replace in the future.
Through your Worship, so it would be about $8 million. That's the neighborhood rehab program. And $8 million is the target that we're working towards right now. We expect that number will be adjusted when the neighborhood rehab study is finalized.
Okay, I'd love to know what that would work out to per household, because at $1 a household for each one of those, it's going to take a long time, and I've never supported that. And I'm only going to make this comment because when I look at my utility bill for electric and gas, I use this much gigajoules, but my bill is this big, and that's what's starting to happen with water and sewer now, and solid waste. Solid waste, I'm fine with if you charge the full amount. So we can have that discussion. So I don't know if we do that as an information item, or because I'd like to bring that back. I guess fees. So we'll flag their fees if nobody's objects to that.
So through your Worship, can you be specific? You want to flag the fee relative to the adjustment to the fixed and variable rate?
To the second bin.
Oh, the second bin, sorry.
The second black bin.
I missed that, yep.
You didn't ask confirm that the waste audit was going to be flagged. You said you wanted it, but you didn't confirm.
Oh, yes, and the waste audit. Anybody object to the waste audit being Okay, sorry, got ahead of myself.
And the second waste bin?
Yeah, the fee for that. Okay. Just let me see if I have any other notes here. Okay. Okay. That looks like that's good for you. Okay, what's the wish of council? Do we want to hear from Jennifer and Brad on grants, or all right. Okay. So with that, I do apologize to the two of you. I knew there would be some flags that would happen with that last one, so I think that was important. So, Mr. Dance, do you want to do the wrap up?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, that was a flurry at the end of that that session there for flags. So we've got the waste audit.
Yeah.
We've got the utilities fee for the second black bin.
Yeah.
And did we do the waste water rate as well? No.
No, that's going to have a different discussion, I think. Where
that's what I wanted to talk about.
Sorry.
So that's really what I was commenting.
Okay, well, why don't we put that in as a flag for the fee on that?
I'm good with that. We have to come up with, I think as a council, we have to come up with an approach. I'd like to have the discussion. I think we should respond. That's up to council. So if that's where it should happen, Mayor Katcher, that's at least a start. So yes,
yeah,
flag that, please.
Yeah, we can debate it then and come up with maybe a motion or something to send a letter or see if we can do something. Okay, so with that, Mr. Dance, Lisa, Councillor Macon.
Sorry, I didn't know when to ask this question. I'm just wondering when are we getting the recreation stuff, if we're talking about that on Monday?
Anybody?
You should expect it by the end of this week for review for Monday.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Dance, take us home.
Sure. There was 10 flags that came forward that will start on Monday. But Monday morning we'll start with in camera. We have Alberta's Industrial Heartland, and we have compensation in camera initially on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. There is then 2 time specifics for the library and Heartland Housing Foundation that follow, and then we will pick up with community grants, reserves, and culture and recreation in terms of actual presentations. So, okay. And then very likely start on the flags on Monday as well.
Okay, awesome. So with that, we are adjourned at 3:23. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.